This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit librivox.org. Current Superstitions, collected from the oral traditions of English-speaking folk, by Fanny Dickerson Bergen. Chapter 1. Babyhood. 1. The bairn that is born on fair Sunday is bonny and loving, and blithe and gay. Monday's bairn is fair in the face. Tuesday's bairn is full of grace. Wednesday's bairn is loving and giving. Thursday's bairn works hard for a living. Friday's bairn is a child of woe. Saturday's bairn has far to go. Massachusetts. 2. Monday's child is fair of face. Tuesday's child is full of grace. Wednesday's child is sour and sad. Thursday's child is merry and glad. Friday's child is loving and giving. Saturday's child must work for a living. But the child that is born on the Sabbath day is blithe and bonny, good and gay. Baldwinsville, New York. Some put it, Sunday's child shall never know want. 3. He who is born on New Year's morn will have his own way as sure as you're born. 4. He who is born on an Easter morn shall never know want or care or harm. 5. A child born on a saint's day must bear the saint's name. It is unlucky to take away the day from it. Catholic superstition. 6. Thursday has one lucky hour, just before sunrise, for birth. Baptism. 7. If a child cries out during baptism, it is the devil going out of it. Niagara Falls, Ontario. 8. It is lucky for the child to cry at baptism, but unlucky for the godmother to wear mourning. 9. If twins are brought to baptism at the same time, christen the boy first, or else he will have no beard, and the girl will be beggared. Physiognomy. 10. An open hand in a baby is a sign of a generous disposition, but a habit of closing the fingers indicates avarice, or, as we say, closed-fistedness. Cambridge, Massachusetts. 11. If a child favors its father, it is good luck for it. It will get on well in the world. Salem, Massachusetts. 12. A baby that has 2 crowns will live in 2 continents or kingdoms. Massachusetts. 13. A double crown on the head means that the owner will break bread in 2 kingdoms. Northern Ohio. 14. 2 crowns will never be satisfied. This is a sign of a very changeable disposition. Chestertown, Maryland. 15. A baby born with a veil over its face has good luck. General. 16. A baby born with a veil over its face will never be drowned. Many sailors are known to wear the caul, with which they were born, about the person as a charm against death by drowning. Sailor's superstition. Introduction to the world. 17. Take the baby first into the sunlight on Sunday. Put it into short clothes and make all changes on that day. 18. To make a child rise in the world, carry it upstairs, or to the attic first. Mifflintown, Pennsylvania. 19. The baby must go upstairs before it goes downstairs, or it will never rise in the world. Massachusetts. 20. To be a bright baby, it must go up before it is carried down, and it must be bumped to the attic roof for luck. New England. 21. A young baby was taken up a short step-ladder by its nurse before being for the first time carried downstairs, lest it should die before it was a year old. From Holyoke, Massachusetts. 22. A child will have a nature and disposition similar to that of the person who first takes him out of doors. Georgia. 23. The first time a baby is taken out of its room, it must be taken up, or it will not go to heaven. If the door of the room steps down, then the person carrying the baby must step up on a chair or book with the baby in her arms. North Carolina. 24. Let the baby have or touch the thing he starts after on taking the first step, and he will always get what he wishes. If it be the moon, then let him touch something light on which its light shines. 25. When taking the child into your arms for the first time, make a good wish for him. If you give him his full name, and he opens his eyes and looks at you, answers to his name, it is good luck. 26. To be a bright baby, it must fall out of the crib before it is 11 months old. Brookline, Massachusetts. 27. If a baby does not fall out of bed, it will be a fool. Eastern Massachusetts. 28. A child's tumbling out of bed is a sign he will never be a fool. Maine. 29. To drink water out of a bucket which is being carried on a child's head stops its growth. Virginia. 30. To step over a young child stops its growing. Virginia. 31. About 1860, the Alabama negresses believed that if anyone stepped on their pickaninnies, it would dwarf them. 32. Pass a baby through a window, and it will never grow. South Carolina. 33. Do not go for the first time into the room where the infant is without removing the veil and gloves. 34. If the cradle cap of a baby be combed with a fine tooth comb, the child will be blind. Labrador. 35. A baby should not look into a glass before it is a year old. If it does, it will die. Deer Isle, Maine. 36. Hold a baby to a looking glass. He will die before he completes his first year. Massachusetts. 37. If you let a child look into a looking glass before it is a year old, it will cut its teeth hard. Baltimore, Maryland, Negro, and Virginia. 38. It is bad luck not to weigh the baby before it is dressed. When it is first dressed, put the clothes on over the feet instead of the head for good luck. 39. The common nurse has an objection to weighing a newborn baby. 40. Always give a baby salt before it tastes aught else. The child will not choke, and in general it is a good thing to do. Mansfield, Ohio. First actions. 41. If a child cries at birth and lifts up one hand, he is born to command. 42. If the baby smiles in its sleep, it is talking with angels. 43. If a baby yawns, the sign of the cross should be made over it, that the evil spirit may not enter. From Niagara Falls, Ontario. While tying on a baby's cap, repeat. Look up there and see a fly. Look down there and see it die. Its chin will follow the direction indicated, and the tying is hastened. Brookline, Massachusetts. Various. 45. First a daughter, then a son. The world is well begun. First a son, then a daughter. Trouble follows after. Maine and Massachusetts. 46. First a son, then a daughter. You've begun just as you oughter. Brookline, Massachusetts. 47. Rock a cradle empty, babies will be plenty. Peabody, Massachusetts. 48. Rock the cradle empty, have children aplenty. Rock the chair empty, have sickness aplenty. Nashua, New Hampshire. 49. To rock the cradle when the baby is not in it will kill it. From New York. 50. If the empty cradle be rocked, the baby will have the colic. New York and Ohio. 51. The first time a baby is taken visiting, if it is laid on a married couple's bed, there will be a baby for that couple. Salem, Massachusetts. 52. The mother who gives away all the clothes of her dead baby will eventually be comforted by the coming of another child. 53. However many children a woman may have, the last will be of the same gender as the first, and they will look alike. Maine and Massachusetts. 54. One article of an unborn infant's wardrobe must be left unmade or unbought, or the child is liable not to live. Salem, Massachusetts. 55. A baby's nails must not be cut with scissors before it is a year old. It will make it steal. North Carolina. 56. To cut a baby's fingernails deforms it. If the baby is a month old, to do this will cause the child to have fits. Georgia. 57. To allow a child to look into a mirror before it is a month old will cause it to have trouble in teething. Georgia. 58. Tickling a baby causes stuttering. Georgia. 59. If an infant be measured, it will die before its growing time is over. Georgia. End of Chapter 1. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for Librivox, Fall 2006.
Section 2, Childhood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Current Superstitions by Fanny Bergen, Chapter 2. Superstitions numbered 60 through 100. Asseveration. A child to whom is told any story which he considers remarkable will usually reply by an expression of skepticism, such as really and truly, honestly, earnest now, or you're fooling. The first speaker answers by some formula or asseveration, as honor bright in New England, deed, and double deed in Pennsylvania, true as I live, or hope I'll die if it isn't so, or simply hope I'll die, general in the United States. A formula of asseveration in Maryland and Pennsylvania is, I cross my heart, accompanied by the sign of the cross. A sign resembling that of the cross is made on the chin or throat. You won't tell? No. Well, cross your throat. Cambridge, Massachusetts. When a child wishes to make an asseveration, he wets his finger on his mouth and signs a cross on his throat. Salem, Massachusetts. In asseveration, the proper method is to use the words, "Hope to die if I don't," the speaker drawing the forefinger across the throat from ear to ear. Biddeford, Maine. Asseveration in Maine and Massachusetts is often made by the following formula. First boy, honor bright. Second boy, hope to die. First boy, cut your throat. Second boy draws finger across throat. This is the strongest possible form of oath that can be taken by any boy. Little girls, without any idea of the meaning, employ the following formula of asseveration. Certain, true, black and blue. A variant of the first line, certain and true. Massachusetts. A form fuller than the preceding, certain, true, black and blue, lay me down and cut me in two. A boy who desires to tell an extravagant story without being guilty of a lie would point with his thumb over his left shoulder. If he should succeed in accomplishing this without the observation of the boy to whom he is talking, so much the better. Biddeford, Maine. In my school days, if a boy crossed his fingers, elbows, and legs, so the act might not be noticed by the companion accosted, no blame was attached to the falsehood. New York City. The addition of the words "in a horn" justify a falsehood. In the childhood of the informant, it was not considered honorable to express the words in such manner that they could not be heard by the child with whom conversation was carried on. Cambridge, Massachusetts. In making a false statement, it was proper to say "over the left." This was often uttered in such manner that the person addressed should not perceive the qualification. Or, the statement would be made, and after it had been taken in and believed, the words "over the left" would be added. Ohio and Cambridge, Massachusetts. A formula for making a false statement: "As true as I lie here," said as one fools, gives free scope to white lies. Roxbury, Massachusetts. An imprecation of children against disloyalty: "Tell, tal, tit, your tongue shall be slit, and every dog in our town it shall have a bit." Ohio. Challenge. To stump another boy to do a thing is considered as putting a certain obligation on him to perform the action indicated. The phrase is sometimes used, although the person giving the stump may not himself be able to accomplish the feat. We used to dare or stump one another to eat green chuckberries. Brookline, Massachusetts. Daring or stumping is or has been common among children generally. Sometimes it is to jump a certain distance, sometimes to skate out on thin ice, or to touch something very hot. Once in Ohio, several lads were collected together about a spring. One of them drew a pail of fresh water and by chance brought up a small live fish. One of the boys stumped his companions to eat the fish alive without dressing or cooking. The boys took the stump, one quickly cut up the unfortunate little animal, and each boy swallowed a bit. Often the dare is to eat some very untoothsome morsel. Fortune. Put a mark upon a paper for every bow you get, and when you have 100, bury the paper and wish. When the paper is decayed, you will find your wish in its place. Cambridge and Bedford, Massachusetts. Children collect 200 or 300 names of persons, asking each to give a bow with the name. This bow is expressed after the name on a sheet of paper on which the latter is written by this sign. It's a symbol, an H with a slanted crossbar. After all are collected, the paper is secretly buried face downward and then dug up after 2 or 3 months, when money is sometimes found under it. North Cambridge, Massachusetts. At Christmas or New Year's, children, on first meeting, call out "My Christmas gift" or "New Year's gift," and the one who calls first is to receive a gift from the other. Mansfield, Ohio. Friendship. If 2 persons, while walking, divide so as to pass an obstruction, one on one side and one on the other, they will quarrel. Children avert this catastrophe by exclaiming "bread and butter," which is a counter-charm. On the other hand, if they say "pepper and salt," the quarrel is made doubly certain. So universal is the practice that many grown people of the best social classes, women, still involuntarily avoid such separation and even use the childish words. In country towns, when girls are walking with young men, if the latter pass on the other side of the tree, it is considered as rude, and as a token of indifference. In such a case, one girl will cast a meaning look on her companion, as much as to say, "He does not care for you." To use the local phrase, it would be said, "So-and-so is mad with," naming the girl. Massachusetts. In passing a tree in the middle of the sidewalk, children used to pass it on one side going one way and on the other side going the other way for luck. Billerica, Massachusetts. Mythology. The stars are angels' eyes. Westminster, Massachusetts. The stars are holes made in the sky so that the light of heaven shines through. I remember as a child that this idea was suggested to me on seeing the effect of holes in the lampshade. I think, however, that I rather liked to suppose it true and firmly believed in the explanation. Cambridge, Massachusetts. As a child, I constantly looked into lilies and tulips in the expectation of finding fairies lying within them. Mansfield, Ohio. I remember that as a child, while walking with a companion, she cried, "Why, a fairy lighted on my hand!" The child believed that this had been the case. Cambridge, Massachusetts. The children used to fearfully look in the well, and on seeing the reflected face in the bottom would cry out, "Face in the well, pull me down in the well," and would then run away quickly. Brunswick, New York. At the age of 6 or 7 years, a child, while going to a spring to draw water, saw a little creature with wings fly from one star to another, leaving behind an arc of light. She cried to her aunt, "Oh, aunt, I saw a little gold boy." Her aunt, somewhat shocked, rebuked the child, who insisted on the literal truth of her vision. Mansfield, Ohio. Stick your thumb through a knothole and say, "Old Grandfather Graybeard, without tooths or tongue, if you'll give me a little finger, I'll give you a thumb. Thumb'll go away, and little finger'll come." Go to the woodpile and say, "Johnny with your fingers and Willie with your toes, and something will come out of the woodpile and tear off all your clothes." Gilsum, New Hampshire. Punishment. An eye winker placed in the palm of the hand will cause the ferrule to break when the teacher strikes the palm with it. Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Pine tar or pitch in the hand will prevent the blows of the ferrule from causing pain. Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Believed by most schoolboys there at that time. Sport. At croquet, if your ball was about to be sent flying, the safeguard was to draw an emergency X with your mallet, saying crisscross. It made your enemy's foot slip, and many a girl would get mad and not play if you did it often. Brookline, Massachusetts. Children believe it is unlucky to step on the cracks in the flagstones, which are believed to contain poison. It is a game to walk a long distance on such stones without setting foot on the interstices. Cambridge, Massachusetts. When children are tired of swinging, or think it is time for the swinger to give way to another, the phrase is, "Let the old cat die." After this has been said, it is unlucky to quicken the motion of the swing again. General. Various. When a child loses a tooth, if the tongue is not put into the cavity, a gold tooth will come in place of it. New York and Northern Ohio. The ideas of children about the significance of color are mixed. Thus, in croquet, no child, in a town near Boston, would take the red ball because it was supposed to mean hate. Blue is the favorite color. Red and yellow catch a fellow. Brookline, Massachusetts. Pink and blue, he'll catch you. Deerfield, Massachusetts. Pink and blue, he'll be true. Deerfield, Massachusetts. Black and white, hold him tight. Pennsylvania. An old superstition which still survives among children is that if they crawl over an older person and do not crawl back, they will never grow again. Haverhill, Massachusetts. We used always as children to get X's scored with a pin on our new village gaiters. We were told it was to make them safe and take the slipperiness off. Brookline, Massachusetts. Children say that the one who takes the first bite of an apple that is to be passed about for eating will fail in his or her lesson. Chelsea, Massachusetts. Boys believe that they can prevent the stitch in the side, which is liable to be induced by running, by means of holding a pebble under the tongue. I believe I could run all day and not get tired if I could hold a pebble under my tongue, said one. Cambridge, Massachusetts. End of chapter 2.
Section 3. Physical Characteristics. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin City, Madison, Wisconsin, 2007. Current Superstitions by Fanny Bergen, Chapter 3, Physical Characteristics, numbers 101 through 163. Beauty. 101. If a person is very handsome, it is a sign that he will have one of the infectious diseases of childhood, measles, whooping cough, etc., more than once. Massachusetts. Dimple. 102. Dimple in chin, devil within. Chesterton, Maryland. 103. A dimple in the chin is lucky. Some say it shows you're no fool. 104. A dimple is the mark left by an angel's finger in turning up the face to kiss it when asleep. Pennsylvania. Ears. 105. Small ears indicate that a person is stingy. Large ones show that he is generous. General. 106. Large ears are the mark of a liar. Small ears show that one is truthful. Boston, Massachusetts. 107. Long, slim ears are a sign that you will steal. Chesterton, Maryland. 108. If the protuberance behind the ear is large, it indicates generosity. Massachusetts. Eyes and eyebrows. 109. Hazel eyes betoken a good disposition. Boston, Massachusetts. 110. If your eyebrows meet, you will be rich. Somerville and Bedford, Massachusetts. 111. A well-known children's rhyme runs, Blue-eye beauty, do your mammy's duty. Black-eye pick-a-pie, run around and tell a lie. Gray-eye greedy gut, eat all the world up. General in the United States. 112. If the eyebrows meet, one is ill-tempered. General in the United States. 113. If the eyebrows are far apart, you will live away from home. If near together, you will live near home or at home. Massachusetts. 114. Heavy eyebrows are a sign of long life. Lawrence, Massachusetts. Fingernails. 115. Always keep your nails clean and you will be rich. Peabody, Massachusetts. 116. A white spot in the nail when it comes means a present. You get the present when it grows to the end and is cut. Boston, Massachusetts. 117. White spots on the nails of the left hand denote the number of lies one has told. Maine and Central Illinois. 118. Count on fingernail spots. Friends, foes, money, beaux. Begin with the first nail spotted, and the noun falling to the last nail thus marked gives the sign. Deerfield, Massachusetts. 119. Another formula. First finger, a friend. Second finger, a foe. Third finger, a gift. Fourth finger, a beau. Fifth finger, a journey to go. Mansfield, Ohio. An almost identical variant is found in Prince Edward Island. Foot. 120. If your instep is high enough to have water flow under it, you are of good descent. Brookline, Massachusetts. 121. A mole on the sole of the left foot means trouble and hardships during life. Boston, Massachusetts. Forehead. 122. If there is a blue vein in the child's forehead extending down the nose, it is one of the surest signs of early death. Maine and Massachusetts. 123. Vertical wrinkles in the brow show the number of husbands one will have. Horizontal ones show the number of children. Northern Ohio. Hair. 124. Coarse hair indicates good nature. Fine hair, quick temper. Northern Ohio. 125. Red hair indicates a spitfire. Massachusetts and Chesterton, Maryland. 126. Beware of that man, be he friend or brother, whose hair is one color and mustache another. Portland, Maine. 127. The color of the hair growing on the neck indicates the color of the hair of one's future husband. 128. A single white hair means genius. It must not be pulled out. 129. If you pull out a white hair, two will come in its place. Somewhat general in the United States. 130. Hair growing upon the upper lip of a woman means riches. Boston, Massachusetts. 131. The point formed by the hair growing on the forehead is called a widow's peak. Eastern Massachusetts. 132. When a woman's hair parts where it should not, it is a sure sign she will be a widow. Springfield, Massachusetts. 133. Draw a single hair from the head strongly between the thumb and fingernail. If it curls up, you are proud. St. John, N.B., and Prince Edward Island. The same result indicates that you are cross. Cape Breton. 134. Hairy arms mean wealth. Northern Ohio. 135. Hairy arms mean strength. General in the United States. 136. Scrape the fingernail and the thumbnail along a hair, and if by the third time it curls up, the owner is high-tempered. Boston, Massachusetts. 137. Put some of your hair in the fire. If it burns slowly, you will have a long life. If quickly, a short one. Chesterton, Maryland. Hand. 138. A straight line in the palm of the hand is an omen of early death. Massachusetts. 139. The letter formed by the veins on the inside of the wrist is the initial of the name of the future husband or wife. St. John, New Brunswick. 140. A person with an initial in his hand will be very fortunate in selecting a companion for life. Alabama. 141. In clasping your own hand, you put uppermost either your right or your left thumb. If the former, you are to rule; vice versa, you yield. Brookline, Massachusetts. 142. If a thumb sticks up in the closed fist, you are either capable or honest, probably the latter, as thieves are said to double theirs in. New England. 143. If you cannot make your thumb and one finger meet around your wrist, you are a glutton. Province of Quebec. 144. If you cannot touch the tips of your little finger and first finger together behind the two middle fingers on both hands, then you will not marry the man you want to marry. Province of Quebec. 145. Clasp your fingers, and if the right thumb lap over the left, you were born in the daytime. If the left overlap, you were born at night. 146. The number of folds on your wrist as you bend your hand shows the number of 30s you are to live. Massachusetts. 147. If the ends of the fingers are capable of being bent far back, it indicates a thief. Moles. 148. A mole on the eyebrow denotes that one will be hanged. On the ear, it denotes that he will be drowned. Chesterton, Maryland. 149. Mole above breath means wealth. 150. Moles on the neck, money by the peck. Prince Edward Island and Northern Ohio. 151. A mole on the neck indicates that its owner will be hanged. Boston, Massachusetts. 152. A mole on the side of the neck means a death by hanging. Central Maine. 153. A mole on the arm indicates riches. Boston, Massachusetts. 154. Mole on your arm, live on a farm. Alabama. 155. A mole on the arm means that you will fight many battles and will be very successful in them. Prince Edward Island. Nose. 156. A vein across the nose is an omen of short life. General in the United States. Teeth. 157. A broad space between the teeth indicates a liar. Bidford, Maine. 158. Broad front teeth mean that one is generous. Bidford, Maine. 159. A space between the two front upper incisors signifies wealth. Mansfield, Ohio. 160. If the front teeth are wide apart, it means one can't keep a secret. If overlapping, one is closed-mouthed. Boston, Massachusetts. 161. Do not trust people with pointed teeth. Chesterton, Maryland. 162. If you have a space between your teeth, it is a sign that you will die of consumption. Baltimore, Maryland. 163. A lump, enlarged papilla on the tongue is a sign one has told a lie. Mansfield, Ohio. End of Chapter 3. Physical Characteristics. Section 4. Projects. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin Sticko, Madison, Wisconsin, 2007. Current Superstitions by Fanny Bergen. Chapter 4. Projects. Numbers 164 through 302. Love divinations, or love charms, I have found, are popularly known as projects in parts of New England and on Mount Desert. On Prince Edward Island and in various parts of the Canadian provinces, the practice of such divinations is usually spoken of as trying tricks. If a number of young people are together, one will say, "Let's try tricks." In the middle and western United States, the usual colloquial expression for these love divinations is trying fortunes. One girl will say to another at some appropriate time, "Let's try our fortunes." Apples. 164. Eat an apple at midnight before the glass, saying, "Whoever my true love may be, come and eat this apple with me." Holding the lamp in the hand, the true love will appear. Winn, Maine. 165. Throw a whole apple paring on the floor after swinging it 3 times around your head. It will form your true love's initial letter. General in the United States. Apple seeds. 166. When eating an apple, snap it with the fingers and name it for a person of the opposite sex. Count the fully developed seeds, all of the others are kisses, and the last one must correspond to the following formula. 1's my love, 2's my love, 3's my heart's desire. 4 I'll take and never forsake, 5 I'll cast in the fire. 6 he love, 7 she loves, 8 they both love, 9 he comes, 10 he tarries, 11 he goes, 12 he marries, 13 honor, 14 riches, all the rest are little witches. Baldwinsville, New York. Some change the latter lines of this formula into 13 they quarrel, 14 they part, 15 they die with a broken heart. 167. Similar rhymes commonly repeated in northern Ohio after naming an apple and counting the seeds are 1 I love, 2 I love, 3 I love, I say, 4 I love with all my heart, and 5 I cast away. 6 he loves, 7 she loves, 8 they both love, 9 he comes, 10 he tarries, 11 he courts, and 12 he marries. Prince Edward Island and Mansfield, Ohio. 168. Lay in the hand 4 apple seeds, and have someone name them, then pick them up, saying, "This one I love, all others above, and this one I greatly admire, and this one I'll take and never forsake, and this one I'll cast in the fire." St. John, New Brunswick. 169. A love divination by way of apple seeds, much practiced when a number of young people were spending the evening together, or perhaps by grown-up boys and girls in district schools as they ate their noonday lunch about the stove, was as follows. 2 seeds were named, one for a girl and one for a young man, and placed on a hot stove or in front of an open fire. The augury, concerning the future relations of the young people, was derived from the behavior of the 2 seeds. If as they heated they jumped away from one another, the 2 persons would become estranged or their friendship die. If the seeds moved nearer together, marriage was implied. If the one named for the girl moved towards the other, it signified that the young woman was fonder of the young man than he was of her, and so on. Northern Ohio. 170. A common project in my girlhood was to place an apple seed on each of the 4 fingers of the right hand, that is, on the knuckles, first moistening them with spittle. A companion then named them, and the fingers were worked so as to move slightly. The seed that stayed on the longest indicated the name of your future husband. Stratham, New Hampshire. 171. Name apple seeds and place on the lids of the closed eyes. Wink, and the first to fall off shows the name of your future husband. Winn, Maine, New York, and Pennsylvania. 172. To name apple seeds, put one on each temple, get some one to name them, and the one that sticks the longest will be the true one. 173. Name apple pips, put them on the grate, saying, "If you love me, live and fly. If you do not, lie and die." Babies. 174. Kiss the baby when 9 days old, and the first gentleman you kiss afterward will be your future husband. New England. Bed. 175. Go upstairs backward, into a chamber backward, and into bed backward. Drink some salt and water, and if you dream of someone bringing you drink, it will be your future husband. Maine and Salem, Massachusetts. 176. The first time 2 girls sleep together, let them tie 2 of their big toes together with woolen yarn, and the one with the shortest piece of broken string left attached in the morning will be married first. Northern Ohio. 177. If 2 girls on sleeping together for the first time tie their waists together with string or thread, and the thread gets broken in the night, the first man who puts his arm round the waist of either will have the first name of the man whom that girl will marry, whether that man is the one or not. Province of Quebec. 178. After getting ready for bed, in silence, take a ball of string and wind about the wrist, repeating, I wind, this night to find who my true love's to be, the color of his eyes, the color of his hair, and the night he'll be married to me. Chesterton, Maryland. 179. Name the bedposts for 4 different men. The one you dream about you will marry. General. 180. The first time you sleep in a room, name the corners each with a different man's name. The first corner you face on waking indicates whom you will marry. New England. The same thing is done with bedposts in Ohio. 181. Put 4 names of boys on 4 slips of paper, and take 1 blank slip. Intermingle them, and then without looking at them, put 1 under each leg of the bed and 1 under the pillow. The name of the last will be that of your future husband. Franklin, Massachusetts. 182. Rub the 4 bedposts with a lemon, and carry the lemon in the pocket the next day, and the first man you speak to you will marry. New Hampshire. Bible. 183. Read the 3rd verse of the 3rd chapter of Hosea, Joel, and Amos for 3 Sundays in succession, and the first gentleman you walk with you will marry. Nashua, New Hampshire. 184. Put the end of key in the Bible on the verse of Solomon's song reading, I am my beloved's, and he is mine. Close the book and bind it round with string or garter, each girl supporting the key with the first finger of the right hand. One of them repeats a verse to each letter as the other girl names it, beginning the alphabet, till it turns at the initial of the future husband or lover. General in the United States. Birds. 185. When you see a turkey buzzard flying alone, repeat, Hail, hail, lonely, lonesome turkey buzzard. Hail to the east, hail to the west, hail to the one that I love the best. Let me know by the flap of your wing whether he, or she, loves me or not. Note the manner of the bird's flight. If it flaps his wings, your lover is true. If not, the lover is false. Tennessee. 186. When the call of the first turtle dove is heard, sit down and remove the shoe and stocking from the left foot. Turn the stocking inside out, in the heel of which, if a hair is found, it will be the color of the hair of the future husband or wife. Tennessee. In Mount Desert, Maine, and Prince Edward Island, the same project is tried on hearing the first robin. Buttons. 187. The coming husband is determined by repeating the following words, touching each button of the coat, vest, or dress in order. Rich man, poor man, beggar man, thief, doctor, lawyer, Indian chief, or doctor, lawyer, merchant chief, or doctor, lawyer, merchant cheat. Ohio. 188. With reference to the habitation to be occupied, big house, little house, pigsty, barn. New Hampshire. 189. As to the wedding dress, silk, satin, velvet, cotton, woolen. Massachusetts. 190. In regard to the vehicle, carriage, wagon, wheelbarrow, chaise. Massachusetts. 191. The first of these button formulae is used by boys to foretell their profession in life. A friend remembers how in childhood his buttons were completely worn out by the continual practice of the inquiry. 192. With reference to the acquisition of a coat. Bought, given, stolen. Massachusetts. 193. Rich man, poor man, beggar, thief, doctor, lawyer, merchant, chief. Said over by little girls on their back hair combs to find the occupation of their future husbands. New York. Four-leaved clover. 194. If a girl puts a two-leaved clover in her shoe, the first man who comes on the side where the clover is will be her future husband. Michigan. 195. Put a four-leaved clover in your shoe, and you will marry a man having the first name of the man whom you meet first after doing it. Province of Quebec. 196. With a four-leaf clover in your shoe, you will meet your lover. Michigan. 197. If the finder of a four-leaf clover puts it in her own shoe, she will marry the first person with whom she crosses a bridge. Michigan. 198. Put a four-leaf clover over the door. The first person to pass beneath will be your future mate. Newport, Rhode Island, and Michigan. Counting. 199. Count 60 white horses and 1 white mule, and then you will marry the first man with whom you shake hands. Chesterton, Maryland. 200. Count 100 white horses and 2 white mules, and the first person you shake hands with you'll marry. Pennsylvania. 201. Count 100 white horses during leap year. The first man that shakes hands with you after you have your 100 will be your future husband. Bedford, Massachusetts. 202. Count 100 gray horses. 1 mule stands for 10 horses, and the first gentleman with whom you shake hands is your intended. Alabama. 203. After meeting 99 white horses and a brown one for the 100th, the first person with whom you shake hands will be your future mate. Newport, Rhode Island. 204. Count 500 colored people, and the next gentleman you meet you will marry. Cambridge, Massachusetts. 205. Count 99 Negroes and 1 white horse, and the first boy you answer yes or no to you will marry. South Boston, Massachusetts. 206. Count 40 white horses. The first man you meet afterwards you'll marry. Champaign, Illinois. 207. In crossing a bridge, if one sees 2 white horses on it in different teams and wishes at once for a man to marry her, she'll get him. Peabody, Massachusetts. 208. Count 100 tips. A bow with the lifting of the hat. The 100th will be your future husband. Eastern Massachusetts. 209. Count the buttons of an old boot. The number of buttons indicates the number of years before marriage. Massachusetts. 210. If you count the boards of the ceiling loft in a strange room before going to sleep, you will dream of your lover. Newfoundland. Daisy petals. 211. Pull off the petals of a daisy one by one, naming a boy, or a girl as the case may be, at each one, thus: Jenny, Fanny, etc. The one named with the last petal is your sweetheart. The seeds which remain on the back of your hand after taking them up show the number of your children. 212. Common at the present time is the formula, he loves me not. 213. To tell the fortune, take an ox-eye daisy and pluck the petals one by one, using the same words as have been given above for buttons. General in the United States. In Ohio and other western states, where the ox-eye daisy is not common, children use instead the bloom of the despised dog fennel. 214. Fortunes are told by pulling off leaflets of a compound leaf, such as the locust, repeating rich man, poor man, etc. Central Illinois. 215. Name a daisy and then pull off the petals, ray flowers, one by one, saying yes, no, and if yes falls on the last, the person loves you, and vice versa. Alabama. A formula for daisy petals. He loves me, he don't. He'll have me, he won't. He would if he could, but he can't. New Brunswick. 217. If you find a 5-leaf daisy, that is, one with 5 ray flowers, and swallow it without chewing, you will in the course of the day shake hands with your intended. Alabama. 218. Another. Hate her, have her. This year, next year, sometime, never. New Brunswick. 219. Another. He loves, she loves. Hate her, have her. This year, next year, now or never. Cape Breton. Girls repeat the last 3 lines only of the above rhyme. Prince Edward Island. Doorway. 220. Put the breastbone of a fowl over the front door, and the first one of the opposite sex that enters is to be your future companion. Alabama. 221. Hang over the door a corn cob from which you have shelled all but 20 grains. The first man that enters you'll marry. Arlington, Massachusetts. 222. Nail a horseshoe over the door, and the first one who enters is your true love. Massachusetts. 223. Hang a wishbone over the door. The first one who enters will be your lover. Somewhat general. 224. 2 girls break a wishbone together. The one who gets the longest bit will remain longest unmarried, or, as the familiar rhyme runs, shortest to marry, longest to tarry. If the knot, that is, the flattened portion at the junction of the 2 prongs of the bone, flies away and does not stick to either prong, the 2 girls are to remain unmarried. Each girl puts her bit of the wishbone over a different door. The first man who enters either door is to marry the girl who has placed her bit of wishbone over the door. Prince Edward Island. Eggs. 225. Take an egg to your window. Break it over a knife. Remember the day and the date. Wish that your true love would come to you. If you go too high, he will be killed. Nashua, New Hampshire. 226. Put 2 eggs in front of the open fire on a very windy day, and soon 2 men will come in with a coffin. The man at the foot will be your future husband. Chesterton, Maryland. Negro. 227. 1 or more girls puts eggs to roast before an open fire, seating themselves in chairs before it. Each puts 1 egg to roast, and when her egg begins to sweat, it will sweat blood, she is to rise and turn it. At this time, the one whom that projector is to marry will come in through a door or window, all of which must be left open throughout, and take her vacant chair. If she is to die before she marries, 2 black dogs will enter, bearing a coffin, which they will deposit on her chair. Quaker Neck, Kent County, Maryland. 228. Boil an egg hard, take out the yolk and fill its place with salt. Eat it before going to bed. The one you dream of as bringing you water is your future husband. Mansfield, Ohio. To be done by 2 girls in silence, going backward as they retire. Fingers. 229. Name each of the 4 fingers of one hand for some person of the opposite sex, then press them tightly together with the other hand. The one that hurts the worst indicates whom you will marry. Prince Edward Island. Garments. 230. Scatter your clothes in the 4 corners of the room, naming them. The man you are to marry will bring you your clothes in a dream. Maine. 231. The first time you sleep in a room, name the corners each a different man's name. The first corner you face on waking indicates whom you will marry. The same thing is done with bedposts in Ohio. 232. On your birthday, as you retire at night, take off your slipper or boot. Stand with your back to the door and throw it over your head. If the toe points to the door, you must go out of the chamber a bride before the year is out. You must not look at the boot until the morning. Bedford, Massachusetts. 233. At night, before going to bed, take one of your garters and tie it in a knot, and hang it on the bedpost above your head. While tying, repeat, "This knot I tie, this knot I knit, to see the young man I haven't seen yet." Chesterton, Maryland. 234. Young girls on going to bed at night place their shoes at right angles to one another, in the form of a letter T, repeating this rhyme. Hoping this night my true love to see, I placed my shoes in the form of a T. Northern Ohio. 235. The first time you sleep in a house, upon retiring, place the shoes in the form of a T, and say over, "My true love by and by for to see, be as she or he be, bear as she or he may, the clothes she or he wears every day." Boston, Massachusetts. 236. Catch the 4 corners of a handkerchief up in the hand, then let someone wishing to try her fortune draw 2. If she gets 2 corners on the same side, she will not be married. If she gets opposite ones, she will be married. Prince Edward Island and Chesterton, Maryland. 237. A rhyme on stockings and feet. Point your shoes towards the street. Leave your garters on your feet. Put your stockings on your head. You'll dream of a man you're going to wed. Eastern Massachusetts. 238. Put the chemise inside out on the foot of the bed, and under it a board with ashes upon it. Then go to bed backwards, saying, "Whoever my true love may be, come write his name in these ashes for me." Winn, Maine. 239. Place the heel of one shoe against the instep of the other for 3 nights in a row. You will dream of your future husband. Franklin, Massachusetts. 240. On Friday night, after getting all ready for bed, roll your petticoat up, and before lying down, put it under your pillow, repeating this verse. This Friday night, while going to bed, I put my petticoat under my head, to dream of the living and not of the dead, to dream of the man I am to wed. The color of his eyes, the color of his hair, the color of the clothes he is to wear, and the night the wedding is to be. Rock Hall, Maryland. Letters of the alphabet. 241. Write names on 3 pieces of paper. Throw them up in the air in the dark. Feel for one. Put it under the pillow, and in the morning look at it to see the name of the man you are going to marry. Salem, Massachusetts. 242. Put pieces of paper, each one bearing 1 letter of the alphabet, in water face down, and place them under the bed. Those turned up in the morning are the initials of your future husband. Prince Edward Island and Northern Ohio. 243. Write the names of several men friends, each on a slip of paper. On 3 successive mornings choice is made from these. If the name drawn is always the same, it is the name of your future husband. If the lot falls differently every morning, you will never be married. 244. Write 2 names of possible lovers. Cross out the common letters. Touch the uncrossed letters, repeating in turn love, friendship, hate, and the last uncrossed letter will indicate the state of the heart. Prince Edward Island, St. John, New Brunswick, and Northern Ohio. Midnight. 245. Go out at midnight and walk around a peach tree, repeating, low for a foreigner, bark for a near one, crow for a farmer, screek tree, screek if I'm to die first. Quaker Neck, Maryland. 246. Eat an apple at midnight before the glass, saying, "Whoever my true love may be, come and eat this apple with me," while holding a lamp in the hand. Your true love will appear. Winn, Maine. 247. Set the table in silence for 2 at 11 o'clock p.m. with bread and butter and silver knives and forks. 2 girls sit down at 12 and say, "Whoever my true love may be, come and eat this supper with me." Winn, Maine. Plants. 248. Take beans in the hand, go out of doors and throw them against the window. The first man's name that you hear spoken is the name of the man you will marry. Connecticut. 249. Put 3 raw beans in your mouth. Go out of doors, stand in front of someone's window and listen. The first man's name you hear spoken will be either that of your future husband or of the one having the same name. Salem, Massachusetts. 250. If a piece of brush or briar sticks to the dress, name it. If it drops, the lover is false. If it sticks, he is true. Northern Ohio. 251. Blow seeds from the dandelion until none remain, counting each puff as a letter of the alphabet. The letter which ends the blowing is the initial of the name of the person the blower marries. 252. Rub your hands in sweet fern. The first one you shake hands with afterward is your true love. Prince Edward Island. 253. Wear a piece of fern in the top of your shoe, and the first person you meet you will marry. New Hampshire. 254. Take a live forever leaf, squeeze it to loosen the inner and outer skin. If it makes a balloon as you blow into it, you will be married and live a long time. If it does not, you will be an old maid. St. John, New Brunswick. 255. Stick a piece of live forever up on the wall, and in whatever direction it leans, the lover will come from that quarter. Miramichi, New Brunswick. 256. Take 2 shoots of live forever and pin them together on the wall. If they grow towards each other, the couple will marry. If away, they will become estranged. Nantucket, Massachusetts, and Western Massachusetts. 257. Break off a piece of dodder or love vine and twirl it round the head 3 times and drop it on a bush behind you. If it grows, the lover is true. If not, he is false. Tennessee. 258. Twist a mullein stalk nearly off after naming it. If it lives, he or she loves you. If not, not. Newton, Massachusetts, and Tennessee. 259. After proceeding as above, count the number of new shoots that spring up, if any. The number shows how many children will result from the marriage. Greene County, Missouri. 260. Put a pea pod with 9 peas over the door. The first one who comes under it you will marry. New England. 261. Pluck 3 thistles in bloom, cut off the purple part, and put the remainder of the flower in water overnight, after naming. The one that blooms out overnight you will marry. St. John, New Brunswick, and Northern Ohio. 262. Saturday night, walk round a tall white yarrow 3 times, saying, good evening, Mr. Yarrow. I hope I see you well tonight, and I trust I'll see you at meetin' tomorrow. Then pluck the head, put it inside the dress, and sleep with it. The first person you meet with to speak to at church will be your husband. Deerfield, Massachusetts. Ring. 263. Suspend a ring by a hair from the finger. Let it swing over a tumbler. The number of strokes against the side of the tumbler indicates the number of years of age of the future husband. Prince Edward Island. 264. Hang a gold ring over a glass of water from a hair, saying the name of some man. If the ring strikes the side of the glass 3 times, you will marry him. Willimantic, Connecticut. 265. Put 3 saucers on the table, and walk round it blindfolded 3 times. Then put a finger in the saucer. 1 saucer contains a gold ring, 1 soapsuds, and 1 is empty. Repeat twice, making 9 in all. If one touches the ring, she will marry an unmarried man. If the suds, she will marry a widower. If the empty one, she will be an old maid. The one touched 2 out of 3 times is the fate. Central Maine. 266. If a piece of wedding cake is passed through a ring and put in the left stocking, then placed under the pillow and slept on 3 nights running, you will dream of your lover, or he or she will come to you. New England. Stars. 267. If you look at a bright star intently before retiring, you will dream of your sweetheart. Alabama. 268. Count 9 stars for 9 successive nights. If a rainy or cloudy night intervene, the charm is broken and the project must begin again. The person you dream of on the 9th night will be your future partner in life. Prince Edward Island. 269. Count 9 stars for 9 consecutive nights, and the person you dream of the last night is your intended. Prince Edward Island and Alabama. 270. Count 9 stars for 9 nights in succession, and the first young gentleman with whom you shake hands is to be your future husband. Eastern Massachusetts. 271. For 3 successive nights, look out of the window and name 3 stars. Walk to bed backward and without speaking. The one you dream of 2 nights out of 3 will be your husband. Central Maine. 272. Have someone call a star which you have picked out by the name of a young man. The next time you meet this man, if his face is towards you, he loves you. If his side, he likes you. If his back, he hates you. Province of Quebec and Bedford, Massachusetts. Tea leaves. 273. After drinking tea, turn the cup upside down. Whirl it round 3 times. Set it down in the saucer. Whirl again. Take it up. Turn right side up and look at the grounds. If all are settled in the bottom of the cup, you will be married right off. If they stay on the side, the number of grounds will be the number of years before marriage. The fine dust in the bottom means trouble, a wish, a letter, or a journey. Somewhat general in the United States. 274. Take a bow, a little stem from the tea, and put it in your shoe. The first man you meet you will marry. St. John, New Brunswick. 275. Sticks of tea in the teacup denote beau. Name them and bite them, and the hardest loves you best. Massachusetts. Walking abroad. 276. Go to walk and turn back. The first man you meet you'll marry. Massachusetts. 277. If you walk the length of 7 rails of a railroad track, the first man that speaks to you after you get off will be your future husband. Bedford, Massachusetts. 278. Take a looking-glass and walk backward to the wall, and you will see your future husband's picture. Nashua, New Hampshire. 278. If you walk with a gentleman for the first time, and have on new shoes and go over a bridge, you will marry him. Eastern Massachusetts. 280. If a young woman walking into a strange place picks up 3 pebbles and puts them under her pillow, she will marry the young man she dreams of. Carbonear, Newfoundland. 281. Run 3 times around the house, and on the 3rd round a vision of your husband will rise before you. Alabama. Water. 282. Float 2 cambric needles on water and name them. If they float together, they'll marry. If they float apart, they won't marry. Petite Kodiak, New Brunswick. 283. Girls prepare basins of dirty and of clean water. If a blindfolded girl puts a stick with which she reaches about into the dirty water, she will marry a widower. If into the clean water, she will marry a young man. Labrador. 284. Place 3 basins on the floor, one containing dirty water, another clean water, and the third empty. Let the blindfolded, perhaps, person crawl up to them on her hands and knees. The one she touches will foretell her fate. The clear water means she is to marry a rich man, the dirty water a poor man, and the empty basin no man at all. 285. Make ready a mirror, a lamp, a basin of water, a towel, and soap. Go to bed backward, not speaking afterward, and lie awake till midnight. If your sweetheart comes and washes, combs his hair, and looks at you, you'll be married. If you don't see him, you'll see your coffin. Both sexes. Labrador. 286. When a pot is boiling over, put a small stick in one of the ears, and name it for the one you like the best. If he loves you in return, the water will cease to boil over. If not, it will continue. Double Creek, Maryland. 287. Let 2 girls wash and wipe the dishes together, then put a dish of water behind the door with a broom handle in it. 2 men will come in, who will be the husbands of the 2 projectors. Deer Isle, Maine. 288. Run molten lead into hot water. The shape of the pellets formed shows the occupation of your future sweetheart. Labrador. 289. Pour molten lead on the hearth. The shape the metal assumes in cooling foretells the occupation of one's future husband. General in the United States. Various. 290. On accidentally making 2 lines rhyme, kiss your hand, and you will be so fortunate as to see your lover before 9 that night. Alabama. 291. Put a looking-glass under the pillow, and you will dream of your lover. Green Harbor, Newfoundland. 292. Tie a true lover's knot of shavings and place it under the pillow. You will dream of your lover, even if at that time he is unknown to you. Newfoundland. 293. Steal a salt herring from a grocery store. Eat it. Don't speak after eating, and the first man you dream of will marry you. 294. Make a little ladder of sticks. Place it under the head at night, and you'll dream of your future husband. Patten, Maine. 293. Swallow a chicken's heart whole, and the first man you kiss afterwards will be your future husband. Wynne, Maine. 296. Take 3 grains of coffee, put 1 notch on one, 2 on another, put them in a glass of water under your bed, and name them. The one that sprouts is the one you are going to marry. Alabama. 297. Light a match, and the way the flame goes shows where your future husband lives. Bedford, Massachusetts. 298. Stand 2 matches on a hot stove, sulphur end down, and name them for yourself and a marriageable acquaintance of the opposite sex. If both stand or fall together, it is a sign that you will live and die together. If one fall, it is a sign that one will leave the other. Cape Breton. 299. Go out in spring and turn up a brick on the ground, and look under it at the clay. The color of the clay denotes the color of the hair of your future husband. Chesterton, Maryland. 300. Cut your fingernails 9 Sundays in succession, and your sweetheart will dine with you. Alabama. 301. Throw a ball of yarn into an unoccupied house, and holding the end of the yarn, wind, saying, I wind, and who holds? The one who is to be your future wife or husband will be seen in the house. Ohio. 302. Take a hair from your head. Have someone else take one from his. Cross them, and rub them over each other, and the last thing you say before one breaks will be the first thing said after you are married. Cambridge, Massachusetts. End of chapter 4.
Section 5. Halloween and Other Festivals. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Claire Gauger. Current Superstitions by Fanny Bergen. Chapter 5. Number 303 to 326. Any of the projects quoted in the last chapter are perhaps more likely to be practiced on Halloween than any other times. However, as girls do amuse themselves by such fortune-seeking at other times, particularly the first time they sleep in a room, the various projects have been divided into 2 chapters according to the way in which the various narrators classed them. That is, when a charm was said to belong to Halloween, it was so classed. When no definite time was set for trying the charm, it was simply put under projects. Number 303. A Halloween custom is to fill a tub with water and drop into it as many apples as there are young folks to try the trick. Then each one must kneel before the tub and try to bite the apples without touching them with the hands. The one who bites one first will marry first. Alabama. On Halloween, hang an apple by the door, just the height of the chin. Rub the chin with saliva, stand about 6 inches from the apple, and hit the chin against the apple. If it sticks to the chin, you will be married, and your true love will stick to you. St. John, N.B. A girl goes to a field on Halloween at midnight to steal cabbages. The first one whom she meets on her return will be her husband. Boston, Massachusetts. On Halloween at midnight, a young lady in her night dress walks backwards into the garden and pulls up a cabbage. She will see her future husband over her shoulder. Eastern Massachusetts. I wind, my true love to find, the color of his hair, the clothes he'll wear, the day he is married to me. Throw a ball of yarn into a barn, old house or cellar, and wind, repeating the above lines, and the true love will appear and wind with you, to be tried at 12 o'clock at night on Halloween. Maine. Shortly before midnight a pure white bowl is procured that has never been touched by any lips save those of a newborn infant. If it is a woman whose fortune is to be tried, and generally is, the child must be a male. The bowl is filled with water from a spring well, after which 26 pieces of white paper about an inch square, on each of which must be written 1 letter of the alphabet, are placed in the bowl with the letters turned downward. These must be dropped in as the clock strikes midnight, or all will fail. All being ready, the maiden interested repeats the lines. Kind fortune, tell me where he is, who my future lord shall be. From this bowl all that I claim is to know my lover's name. The bowl is then securely locked away, and must not be disturbed till sunrise the following morning. When she is placed before it blindfolded, she then picks out the same number of letters as there are in her own name. After these are all out, the bandage is removed from her eyes, and the paper letters spread out before her. She manages them so as to spell a man's name as best she can with the letters at her disposal. The name thus found will be that of her future husband. Trinity and Catalina Bays, N.F. On Halloween a girl is to go through a graveyard, steal a cabbage, and place it above the house door. The one on whom the cabbage falls as the door is opened is to be the girl's husband. Massachusetts. On Halloween, walk backwards from the front door, pick up dust or grass, bring it in, wrap it in paper, put it under your pillow, and dream. Pennsylvania. On Halloween, put an egg to roast before the fire and leave the doors and windows open. When it begins to sweat, a cat will come in and turn it. After the cat will come the man you are to marry, and he will turn it. If you are to die unmarried, the shadow of a coffin will appear. Chestertown, Maryland. On Halloween, go upstairs backwards, eating a hard-boiled egg without salt and looking in the glass. You will see your future husband in the glass looking over your shoulder. St. John, N.B. On Halloween, go down the cellar stairs backwards, carrying a mirror into which you look. A face will be seen over your shoulder, which will be that of your future husband. General in the United States. On the last night of October, place a mirror and a clock in a room that has not been used for some time, and at 11:45 take a lighted candle and an apple, and finish eating the apple just as the clock strikes 12, and then look in the mirror, and you will see your future husband. Alabama. On Halloween, put a ring in a dish of mashed potatoes, and the one who gets the ring will be married first. Boston, Massachusetts. On Halloween, mash potatoes and conceal in the mass a ring, a coin, and a button. Divide it into as many portions as there are persons present. The ring denotes marriage, the coin riches, and the button misfortune. Massachusetts. Silent supper. On Halloween, set a table as if for supper, with as many seats at the table as there are girls, each girl standing behind a chair at the table. The one you are to marry will come in and take the chair in front of you. Chestertown, Maryland. On Halloween, write names of 3 men on 3 pieces of paper. Roll them into balls. Put these into balls made of Indian meal, wet so as to roll up. Put the balls of meal into a basin of water. Whichever one rises to the top bears the name of the one you'll marry. Salem, Massachusetts. On Halloween, girls place 3 saucers beside each other, 2 filled with earth and water, in the other a ring. They are respectively death, cloister, or unmarried life, and marriage. Convent School, Manchester, New Hampshire. On Easter Monday, put on 1 black garter and 1 yellow one, and wear them constantly, and you will have a proposal before the year is out. Chesterton, Maryland. Knit a garter and color it yellow. Don it on Easter Day. Wear it for a year. The wearer will be engaged before the year is out. Salem, Massachusetts. On May 1st, look in an unused well, and you'll see the face of your future husband or wife. New Hampshire. If you look into a well at exactly 12 o'clock on the first day of May, through a smoked glass, you will see your future husband. Alabama. Hold a mirror over a well on May 1st, and you will see the image of your future husband or wife. Talladega, Alabama. On Midsummer's Day, wet a new garment in running water and hang across a chair wrong side out to dry. At 12 noon or midnight, the one who is to marry you will be seen turning the garment. Labrador. Place an egg in a tumbler on St. John's Day. The tumbler being half filled with water, an egg is broken into it at early dawn, and is placed in the window, where it remains untouched till sundown. At that time the broken egg is supposed to have assumed a special shape, in which the ingenious maiden sees dimly outlined the form of her future lord, or some emblem of his calling. Newfoundland. End of Chapter 5. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 6. Love and Marriage. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Current Superstitions by Fanny Bergen. Chapter 6. Love and Marriage. Numbers 327 to 430. Engagement. 327. If you are a bridesmaid 3 times, you will never stand in the middle. Baldwinsville, New York. 328. 3 times a bridesmaid, never a bride. New England. 329. Don't let another person put on your engagement ring, taken from your finger, or the engagement will be broken. Bathurst, New Brunswick. 330. The mother-in-law's test of the incoming daughter-in-law is to place a broom on the floor. If the daughter removes it and places it to one side, she will be a good housewife. If she steps over it, she will be a bad housewife. Labrador. 331. A girl will have as many children after marriage as she has holders given her before marriage. Eastern Massachusetts. Attire of the bride. 332. If you try on your wedding dress before the ceremony, you will not be happy. Cambridge, Massachusetts. 333. The bride should wear a borrowed garter and also a yellow garter. Boston, Massachusetts. 334. If a bride wear a yellow garter tied on by a girlfriend, the latter will be married inside the year. Eastern Massachusetts. 335. The bride should wear something old, something new, something borrowed, and something blue. Very common. 336. Wear no black at a wedding, it foretells ill luck. Massachusetts. 337. To be married in a brown dress is good luck, black is bad. Bathurst, New Brunswick. 338. To be married in anything but white garments indicates bad luck for the bride, white being emblematical of innocence. They say that white is a heavenly hue. Another has added, it may be so, but the sky is blue. Massachusetts. 339. White is emblematical of holiness and truth. Blue is emblematical of peace and security. Bright green of true learning, as being the uniform clothing of nature. Maine and Massachusetts. 340. A bride must not look in the mirror after her toilet is complete, i.e., she must add a glove or some article after leaving the mirror. Maine and Massachusetts. 341. It is bad luck for a bride to keep any of the pins that she used when she was married. Alabama. 342. You will be unhappy if you lose your wedding ring. General in the United States. 343. If the bride just before leaving the house throws her bouquet over the banisters, the one who catches it next is to be wedded. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. 344. If a drop of blood gets on a garment in the making, it will be one of your wedding garments. Lucky days. 345. Marry in Lent, live to repent. New York. 346. The day after a wedding is called the bride's day, the next day the groom's day. The condition of the weather on these days indicate whether their lives are to be happy or otherwise. Salem, Massachusetts, and Queen Anne's County, Maryland. 347. The wedding day is the bride's day, and the weather foretells her married life. The following is the bridegroom's, and his married life is shown in the same manner. The third day shows how they will live together. New York. 348. The 2 days before the wedding are the bride's days. If they are pleasant, she will have good luck, etc. Waltham, Massachusetts. 349. Marriage days. Monday, a bad day. Tuesday, you will have a good husband and will live long. Wednesday, a grand day. You will have a good husband and will live happily, but will have some trouble. Thursday, a bad day. Friday, a bad day. Saturday, no luck at all. Sunday, no luck at all. Baltimore, Maryland. Negro. 350. Wednesday is the luckiest day on which to be married. Saturday is the unluckiest. Friday is also unlucky. Bathurst, New Brunswick. The marriage ceremony. 351. Happy is the bride that the sun shines on. Northern Ohio. 352. If it rains on the wedding, the bride will cry all her married life. Talladega, Alabama. 353. To marry in a storm betokens an unhappy life. Peabody, Massachusetts. 354. It is unlucky to drop the ring at the marriage ceremony. New York. 355. A bride must step over the church sill with her right foot. Orange County, New York. 356. A double wedding is unlucky. One of the marriages will be unhappy. Massachusetts. 357. The pair to be married should stand in line with the cracks in the floor and not at right angles to them. Omaha, Nebraska. 358. When a couple are married and are driving off, if old shoes are thrown after them for good luck, and one of the shoes lodges on the coach or carriage, it is a sign that one of the party will die before the year is out. Waltham, Massachusetts. 359. After the marriage ceremony is performed, the one that walks first from the altar is the one who will die first, either bride or groom. Alabama. 360. Old slippers or rice must be thrown after a bride for good luck. General in the United States. 361. If the younger sister is married before the elder, the latter will have to dance in a pig's trough. Western Massachusetts. 362. Runaway matches will prove unlucky. New York. 363. It is a sign of ill luck to take off the wedding ring. General in the United States. Courting and wedding signs. 364. If your apron string becomes loosened, then your true love is thinking of you. New York. 365. If your apron drops off, you'll lose your bow. The same is true if you lose your garter. Stevens Point, Wisconsin. 366. If you sink a bottle in water, it will weaken your love. Massachusetts. 367. Step over the broom and you will be an old maid. 368. If a girl wet her apron in washing, it is a sign that she will have a drunken husband. Labrador, Scilly Cove, Newfoundland, and New England. 369. To hang clothes wrong side out is an antidote for a drunken husband. Maine. 370. If a girl finds a cobweb in the door, it is a sign that her beau calls elsewhere. Northern Ohio. 371. To find many cobwebs in the kitchen means that there is no courting there. Boston, Massachusetts. 372. When the collar slips around and the opening comes to your ear, your lover is thinking of you. Salem, Massachusetts. 373. If you button your dress up unevenly, it is a sign that your lover is thinking of you. Miramichi, New Brunswick. 374. If you begin to button your dress unevenly, you will be a widow. Central Maine. 375. If you are cross when you are young, you will be an old maid. Alabama. 373. If you fall upstairs, you will have a new beau. Wynne, Maine. 377. Tumble upstairs and you'll not get married within the year. Hence old maids were formerly said to be careful how they went upstairs. New England. 378. Stumbling either up or downstairs means you'll be married inside a year. Cape Breton. 379. If you sit on a table, you will not be married that year. New England, New York, and Alabama. 380. Dropping hairpins from your hair means that your beau is thinking of you. General in the United States. 381. If a lady dons a gentleman's hat, it is a sign that she wants a kiss. 382. If your lips itch, it is a sign that someone will kiss you. Boston, Massachusetts. 383. If the outside of your nose itches, someone out of town loves you, and if the inside of your nose, then you are loved by someone in town. Western Massachusetts. 384. If a gentleman and lady are riding and are tipped out, they will be married. Nashua, New Hampshire. 385. Make a rhyme when talking, and you'll see your true love before Saturday night. Massachusetts. 386. Should your shoestring come unloosened, 'tis a sure sign and a true. At that very moment your true love thinks of you. New York. 387. If your shoe comes untied, your sweetheart is talking about you. Alabama. 388. If you want to sneeze and can't, it is a sign someone loves you and doesn't dare to tell it. Boston, Massachusetts. 389. If you can't drink a cup of tea, you must be lovesick. Labrador. 390. Stub your toe, see your beau. Massachusetts and Maine. 391. If 4 persons cross hands in shaking hands on taking leave, one will marry before the year is out. Prince Edward Island, Eastern Massachusetts, and New York. 392. If hands are crossed at the table while passing a dish, a wedding will follow. The top hand belongs to the person who will be married. Pennsylvania. 393. To have 2 teaspoons in a saucer signifies marriage in a year. 394. If a gentleman stayed to dinner and by accident got 2 knives, 2 forks, or 2 spoons at his plate, he would be married within a year and there was no help for it. Connecticut. 395. Knock over your chair on rising from the table and you won't get married that year. Peabody, Massachusetts, New York, and Talladega, Alabama. 396. If a girl sew a button on the clothing of a marriageable man, she will marry him within the year. New England. 397. If you have a dress with rings for a figure in it, it is a sign that you will be married before it is worn out. New York. 398. If you have hearts in a figure in a dress or in a shawl, you will be married before it is worn out. New York. 399. If you have a new dress and there are roses in it, the person who owns the dress will be married before the dress is worn out. Salem, Massachusetts. 400. Pins in the front of a dress waist are a sign that the wearer will be an old maid. New Hampshire. 401. If, in making a dress, the thread kinks badly, the person for whom it is made will either die or get married before the dress is worn out. Alabama. 402. If you have a dress tried on, and any pin catches in the underclothing, every pin means that it is a year before you will be married. Hence, dressmakers are especially careful to pin the dress in such a way that it will slip off easily. Boston, Massachusetts. 403. If you have good success in building a fire, you will have a smart husband. If bad success, a lazy husband. St. John, New Brunswick, and Ohio. 404. If a lock of hair over the forehead, a widow's lock, be cut before marriage, the girl will be a widow. Labrador. 405. Get a lady friend to knit you a yellow garter. She must ask a gentleman unknown to you to knit 10 rows. You will meet and marry the gentleman within a year. 406. The exchange of 1 yellow garter means a proposal in 6 months. Washington, D.C. 407. If a girl wears a yellow garter, which has been given to her every day for a year, or every day and night for 6 months, at the end of that time she will be married. Montreal. 408. If you burn a lover's letter, he will never marry you. Central Maine. 409. If at a dinner a single person is inadvertently placed between 2 married people, husband or wife, it means marriage for him or her within a year. 410. If you pass between 2 men on the street, you'll marry both of them sometime. Champaign, Illinois. 411. If you drop a knitting needle, you won't be married during the present year. 412. If you break many needles in a garment, it will be worn at a wedding. 413. If you draw blood from the prick of a needle while making a garment, it is a sign you will be kissed the first time you wear it. Boston, Massachusetts. 414. Should needles break while sewing on a new garment, it is a sign that the owner will be married before it is worn out. New York. 415. When a young man goes to see a girl for the first time, and the signs of the zodiac are in the heart, they will one day marry. Harmony, Maine. 416. If you step on a cigar stub, you will marry the first man you meet. Salem, Massachusetts. 417. 2 spoons in a cup is the sign of a wedding. Bathurst, New Brunswick, and Wisconsin. 418. If you get 2 spoons in your cup or saucer, you'll marry a second husband or wife. 419. If a couple out walking together stumble, it is a sign that they will be married. Labrador. 420. Sit on the table, married before you're able. Mattawamkeag, Maine. 421. If a girl gets the last piece of bread on a plate at the table, she will have a handsome husband. Massachusetts. 422. If all of 3 dishes at the table are eaten, all of the unmarried people at the table will be married within the year. Northern Massachusetts. 423. If the tea kettle boils, you will boil your beau away, is an old saying. Salem, Massachusetts. 424. If you have a cup of tea handed to you, and there are little bits floating on the top, they represent the number of husbands you will have, 1, 2, or 3. 425. A girl that takes her thimble to the table will be an old maid. Northern Ohio. 426. 3 in a row, meet your beau. The one in the middle will have him. Massachusetts. 427. 3 lamps in a row. The one who sets down the third will be soon married. Massachusetts. 428. 3 lamps in a row foretell a wedding in the family. New York. 429. To look into a tumbler when you are drinking is a sign that you will be an old maid. If you look over the side, you are a flirt. Massachusetts. 430. To wash the hands under a pump denotes that you will be a widow. Chesterton, Maryland. End of section 6.
Section 7. Wishes. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Silver. Current Superstitions by Fanny Bergen. Chapter 7. Wishes. Number 431 to 462. If you take a baby in your arms for the first time, and at the same time wish, you will get your wish before the year is out. Quebec. Take your Bible and wish. If it opens at, and it came to pass, you will get your wish. Wish upon the candle on blowing it out. If it glows long, you will get your wish. If it smokes, it signifies a death. Ohio. If a speck of carbon comes on the wick when burning, and you wish for something, wet your finger and touch the speck. If it sticks to your finger, you will get the wish, and vice versa. Plymouth, O. Swallow a chicken's heart whole and make a wish. It will come true. Pennsylvania and Ohio. Throw an egg out of the second-story window and wish. If it does not break, you will get your wish. Deer Isle, M.E. Throw an eyelash over your shoulder. If it falls from your finger in doing this, your wish will come true. If it remains on the finger, your wish will not come to pass. New York. Find a stray eyelash, place it on the back of the hand with a wish, blow it off. If it blows off at the first trial, the wish will come true. St. John, N.B. in Pennsylvania. Put a loose eyelash on the back of your hand. It signifies a letter. Wish from whom the letter may come, carry it 3 times around your head, then throw it over your shoulder, and you will get your wish. New England. Put an eye winker down inside your clothes, wish, and you'll get your wish. Maine. Put an eye winker on the back of the hand, knock that hand with the other so as to throw the eye winker over the shoulder, and at the same time wish. If the eye winker is not seen again, the wish will come true. Stoneham, Massachusetts. If you wish on the first thing you eat in the season, the wish will come true. Wish with 2 paper slips or grass blades, the ends only being shown. The longer wins. Wish on a load of hay, and you'll be sure to get it. Win, M.E. Wish when you see a hay cart, don't look at it again, and you'll get the wish. New Jersey. See a white horse, don't look at his tail, but wish. Wish on a calico horse. You may wish on a row of empty barrels, or on a piebald horse, but you must not look on the object a second time. Wish on a load of empty barrels, and you will get your wish. Write the names of 100 people who, by request, have bowed to you, bury the paper in a secret spot, and at the same time wish. If no one sees you, you will get your wish. Wish while holding a lighted match until it is extinct, and you'll get the wish. If by chance 2 use the same words, lock the little fingers and wish before speaking, saying Shakespeare at the end. Eastern Massachusetts. Let 2 persons break the wishing bone of a fowl, the one who gets the longest piece will get his wish. New Jersey and Ohio. If you say 2 sentences that rhyme, make a wish. Then if you make a rhyme unintentionally and wish before you speak again, your wish will come to pass. Baldwinsville, New York. When you first see a sleigh in the fall of the year, make a wish and you will get it. Win, M.E. Wish at the first snowflake of the season, and you will get your wish. Westport, Massachusetts. Put a ring on the finger of another person, saying, I wish it on until such a time, and if it is not removed before the expiration of the period named, the wish will come to pass. Connecticut and Ohio. When you see a falling star, wish. New Jersey. To wish on a star, when you see the first star come out, say, Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. I wish I may, I wish I might, have the wish I wish tonight. Wish what you please and it will come true, but the wish must not be mentioned to anyone. Eastern Massachusetts. Count 9 evening stars in succession and you will have your wish. Massachusetts. Capture a floating thistledown, breathe on it, make a wish to see or hear from an absent friend, blow in his or her supposed direction, and it will carry your message. Make a wish while throwing a leaf into running water. If it lands right side up, you will have your wish or good luck. Lebanon, N.H. End of chapter 7. Section 8. Dreams. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Silver. Current Superstitions by Fanny Bergen. Chapter 8. Dreams. Numbers 463 to 607. Chapter 8. Dreams. Animals. To dream of cod or caplin is a sign of rain. Newfoundland. To dream of a good catch of fish is a sign of rain. Heart's Content, NF. To dream of catching fish is good luck. Prince Edward Island. If you dream you catch fish, it is a sign you will make a good bargain according to the size of the fish. To dream of catching a fish means money. Cape Breton. To dream of flies means sickness. Massachusetts. To dream of flies is good luck. Peabody, Massachusetts. To dream of lice is a sign of death. New Harbor, NF. To dream of lice is a sign of enemies. Topsail, NF. To dream of lice is a sign of coming wealth. Alabama. To dream of lice means sickness in the family. Ohio. To dream of snakes means enemies. Cape Breton, general in the United States. In some localities it is said if you kill the snake in your dream, you will conquer your enemies. To dream of porpoises is bad luck. Labrador. It is lucky to dream of pigs. Brunswick, NY. Dreaming of or seeing rats, numerous, is a sign of death. Heart's Content, NF. To dream of a rat is the sign of an enemy. Boston, Massachusetts. To dream of rats is a sign of thieves. Central Mine in Chestertown, MD. It is a sign of bad news to dream about a white horse. Quebec. To dream of a white horse 3 nights in succession is a sign of the death of an elderly person. Central New York. If you dream of a black horse, it is a sure sign of death. Peabody, Massachusetts. To dream of a black horse is a sign of a wedding, of a white horse is a sign of a letter. Cape Breton. To dream of a horse is a sign of a letter. Miramichi, NB. To dream of horses is a sign of wind. Topsail, NF. Dreaming of cows is a sign of a hostile angry woman. Bay Roberts, NF. To dream of dogs and horses is a sign of good luck. St. John, NB. To dream of catching a bird is a sign of a letter. Cape Breton. If you dream of a bird in a cage, you will have trouble with your bow. New England. To dream of cats means enemies. Cape Breton. To dream of a cat means an enemy. If in the dream you conquer the cat, you will conquer the enemy. Miramichi, NB. Colors. To dream of white things is lucky, or sign of death. Newfoundland. Dreaming of white things is a sign of snow in summer. Labrador and Newfoundland. Dreaming of working on white cloth is a sign of death. Newfoundland. To dream of white or red is unlucky. To dream of black is lucky. Dead persons. To dream of a dead father is lucky. Labrador. To dream of a dead mother is unlucky, it brings sorrow. Labrador. To dream of the dead is a sign of hearing from the living. Topsail and New Harbor, NF. To dream of the dead is a sign of rain. New Harbor, NF. To dream of seeing a deceased friend means rain within a few days. Talladega, Alabama. To dream of a dead person means a letter next day. Northern Maine. If you dream of the dead, you'll hear from the living. Prince Edward Island, General in the United States. Earth. To dream of walking in a garden is a sign of a graveyard. To dream of plowed ground indicates that a grave will be dug for some member of the family before the year ends. Western New York. To dream of seeing fresh earth bodes misfortune. Northern Ohio. To dream of digging ground or white potatoes is a sign of death. Harbor Grace, N.F. To dream of seeing the ground unseasonably plowed means death. Nova Scotia. Eggs. To dream of eggs means you will get a beating. Prince Edward Island. Dreaming of eggs is a sign of anger, if broken all over. New Harbor, N.F. To dream of whole eggs is a sign of a fuss, of broken eggs is not. Chestertown, M.D. To dream of a nest full of eggs and a bird sitting on them means you will receive something new. Cape Breton. Fire and smoke. It is bad luck to dream of fire. St. John, N.B. To dream of fire portends sickness. Eastern Massachusetts. If you dream of fire, it is a sign of trouble in the family. Alabama. If you dream of fire, you'll have a row. Massachusetts. To dream of fire is a sign of anger. Newfoundland and Labrador. To dream of fire means hasty news. To dream of smoke means trouble. Miramichi, N.B. Dream of flame out of season, you will be angry without a reason. If you dream about a large blaze of fire, you will get some money unexpectedly. Alabama. Dreaming of smoke indicates trouble. Alabama. To dream of smoke means death. Wisconsin. Human beings. To dream of a baby is a sign of death. To dream of babies is unlucky or is a sign of trouble. General in the United States. To dream of carrying a child is unlucky. It is bad luck or death to dream of naked clinging, climbing children. Labrador and Newfoundland. It is ill luck to dream of a priest. Central Maine. If you dream of a Negro, you will surely quarrel. If you dream of being kissed by or being very intimate with a woman friend, it means a disagreement. If you dream of a person of the opposite sex 3 nights in succession, you are sure to marry him. Alabama. If you dream of a gentleman, you will never marry him. Bedford, Massachusetts. If you dream of a person as going 2 ways at once, it is a sign the person dreamed of will die before the year is out. Boston, Massachusetts. To dream of a naked man is a sign of the death of a woman, and vice versa. Baltimore, M.D., Negro. To dream of a drunken husband or man is unlucky. Labrador. To dream of men is lucky. Newfoundland. To dream of women is unlucky. Bay Roberts, N.F. Meteorological phenomena. To dream of walking through snow means sickness. St. John, N.B. To dream of a snowstorm is a sign of the speedy death of a relative. South Framingham, Massachusetts. To dream of snow in spring, May, is a sign of a good catch of fish. Trinity Bay, N.F. If a fisherman dreams of it's raining, it is a sign of a good catch of fish. Green Harbor, N.F. Anything dreamed on the east wind, that means when the east wind is blowing, will come true. Chestertown, M.D., Negro. Money and metals. To dream of silver money is a sign of sickness. To dream of small change, money, is bad luck. Newfoundland. To dream of gold or silver is good luck, of paper is bad. Boston, Massachusetts. If you dream of gold, it is a sign of an increase of property. Alabama. Teeth. To dream of teeth is unlucky. Eastern Massachusetts. It is death or bad luck to dream of teeth falling out. Newfoundland and northern Ohio. To dream of losing a tooth means a death. Nova Scotia and Cape Breton. To dream of pulling out your teeth means sickness. Eastern Massachusetts. To dream of losing a tooth means losing a friend. Virginia. If you dream of having a front tooth drop out, you will lose a near relative within a year. If a back tooth, a distant relative. Water. To dream of smooth water means good luck, of rough water means ill luck. St. John N.B. Dreaming of running water means approaching death to the dreamer or some near relative. To dream of clear sparkling water means good luck. Miramichi N.B. To dream of milky or oily water means death or disaster. Miramichi N.B. To dream of seeing muddy water signifies that you will have trouble. Alabama. To dream of clear water means prosperity, of muddy water means trouble. Boston, Massachusetts. To dream of washing is a sign of a move. Cape Breton and Wisconsin. Weddings and funerals. To dream of marriage is a sign of a funeral. Topsail and Carbonear, Trinity Bay, NF. If you dream of a marriage, it is the sign of a death, and if you dream of a death, it is the sign of a marriage. Alabama. If you dream of a marriage, you will hear of a death next day. Talladega, Alabama. If you dream of a wedding, you will hear of the death of a friend in that month. Pennsylvania. To dream of a wedding means death. Mifflintown, PA. Dream on a piece of wedding cake. Write names on slips of paper and pull them out. The one you pull twice is the one you will marry. Massachusetts. Sleep on a piece of wedding cake, and the one you dream about will be your future partner in life. New Brunswick. Sleep on a piece of wedding cake, and if you have the same dream 3 nights in succession, your dream will come to pass. New York. To dream of a funeral means a wedding. Miscellaneous. To dream of raw meat is a sign of ill luck. To dream of eating meat is a sign of sickness. Boston. To see while asleep fresh meats of any kind is a warning of death. Alabama. To dream of blood is a sign of sickness. Alabama. To dream of blood is a sign that someone will scandalize you. Baltimore, MD, Negro. To dream of onions is good. To dream of flowers is a sign of sickness. Alabama. To dream of fruit out of season, trouble without reason. Northern Ohio. To dream of cherries is evil. To dream of an anchor means good luck. St. John N.B. To dream on land of a vessel with sail set is a sign of a funeral. Labrador and Trinity Bay, NF. To dream of small beels or sewing silk is lucky. Labrador. What you dream the first night you are in a strange house will come true. General in the United States. If you dream the first night you are in a strange bed, your dream will come true. If the dream was of a sweetheart, you will be married. Trinity Bay and Bay Roberts, NF. To dream of losing the sole of your shoe indicates the death of a near friend. Cape Breton. To dream of seeing anyone wear worn-out shoes means the death of a near relative. Cape Breton. To dream of a hole worn in a boot is a sign of being sick. Newfoundland. To dream of bad boots is unlucky. Newfoundland. Saturday night's dream, Sunday morning told, will come to pass before it's a week old. Maine and Massachusetts. Saturday night dreamed, Sunday morning told, sure to come true before a month old. Eastern Massachusetts. Relate the dream before breakfast and it will come true. General in the United States. If you dream the same thing 3 times, it will come true. Dreaming of handling new-made boards is a sign of a coffin. A carpenter's notion. Heart's Content, N.F. If you dream of seeing a boat drawn or sailing on land, it is a sign of death. Cape Breton. If you dream that you see an empty coffin, you will see it filled within a year. To dream of dough in a bread pan is the sign of a coffin. New Brunswick. To dream of dough in a black pan is a sign of a corpse. Miramichi, N.B. To dream of bread is good luck. Boston, Massachusetts. To dream of going in a carriage means you'll travel with a friend. Cape Breton. Pick up a stone in a strange place and put it under the pillow for 3 nights. If you dream, it will come true. Newfoundland. To dream of being in a new house is a sign of death. Harbor Grace, N.F. Place the heel of one shoe against the instep of the other 3 nights in a row, and you will dream of your future husband. Franklin, Massachusetts. To dream that your sweetheart has the ache means that he loves you. To dream you are a fool is good luck and increase of wealth. Dreaming of persons being sick is a sign of being well. Newfoundland and New Hampshire. To dream of a death is a sign of life. To dream of the devil is a sign of good luck. Trinity Bay, N.F. To dream you cry means you will laugh. Boston, Massachusetts. Dreams go by contraries. General in the United States. End of Chapter 8.
This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Andrew LeBrun, Boston, Massachusetts. Current Superstitions by Fanny Dickerson Bergen, Chapter 9. Luck. Superstitions 608 through 713. Cards. At cards, if your luck is poor, walk round your chair 3 times, lift it, sit down, and your luck is assured. General in the United States. At cards, it is bad luck to play against the grain of the table. General in the United States. At cards, it is unlucky to turn up your hand before the dealer is through. Alabama. At cards, it is common to blow on the deal without looking at it for good luck. Providence, Rhode Island, and Salem, Massachusetts. Days. It is unlucky to travel on Friday. New York and Pennsylvania. Never begin a piece of work on Friday. It is bad luck. General in the United States. Seafaring men will not sail on Friday. Somewhat general in the United States. If you begin a piece of work on Friday, it will be a very short or a very long job. St. John, N.B. It is bad luck to cut your fingernails on Friday. Pigeon Cove, Massachusetts. As with the superstitious generally, Friday is a very unlucky day. Housekeepers will prefer paying a quarter's rent extra to going into a house on that day. It is, of course, most unlucky to be married on it. Wednesday is the day considered most favorable for the purpose. Newfoundland. If you cut your nails on Sunday, you'll do something you're ashamed of before the week is out. Maine. If business is transacted on Sunday, you will lose by it on the coming week. New York. Pancake Day is Shrove Tuesday. If you do not eat pancakes on that day, you will have no luck throughout the year. The hens won't lay, etc. Chestertown, Maryland. When two figures that tell one's age are alike, as 22, 33, etc., some great change in life is to be expected. Nashua, New Hampshire. Dressing. If you put on any garment wrong side out, as for example a pair of stockings, never change it, as to do so brings ill luck. This direction is intuitively followed by many people who are entirely free from conscious superstition. General in the United States. If you put a garment on wrong side out, you mustn't speak of it, or you will have bad luck. Maine. If you put a garment on wrong side out, or a hat on wrong end before, spit on it before turning to prevent bad luck. Maine and Ohio. If a garment is put on wrong side out, it is lucky, but unlucky to turn it. Prince Edward Island and Massachusetts. To clothe the left foot before the right one is a sign of misfortune. Ohio. If you button up your dress wrong, i.e., do not begin with the button and buttonhole opposite each other, it means bad luck, or good luck if worn uneven until after sunset. Cape Breton. The putting of the left shoe on the right foot, lacing it wrong, or losing a button are all bad signs. Alabama. Walking across the room with one shoe off is a sign of ill luck. Alabama. When putting on your shoes and stockings, if you complete dressing one foot before beginning to dress the other, it is a sign you will be disappointed. Northern Ohio. Horseshoes. It is good luck to find a horseshoe. General in the United States and Canada. The luck is especially good if the loop end is towards you, that is, if you meet it. Miramichi, New Brunswick. If you find horseshoes and pick them up, you will have a horse. The more nails in the horseshoe, the more luck. Western Pennsylvania. To find a horseshoe nail is good luck, especially if the head is towards you. Miramichi, New Brunswick. If horseshoes are put up over a house for luck, the points should not be placed downwards, or the luck will slip through. Pins. See a pin and pick it up, all the day you'll have good luck. See a pin and pass it by, or let it lie, all the day your luck will fly. Eastern Massachusetts. See a pin and pick it up, all the day you'll have good luck. See a pin and let it lie, come to sorrow by and by. New York. See a pin and pick it up for luck. If the head is towards you, the luck is slow in coming. If the point is towards you, the luck is quick and sharp. Boston, Massachusetts. If you see a pin crosswise, that is, across your path, it means a ride if you pick it up. Boston, Massachusetts. I have known a young lady form a habit of stooping in consequence of keeping the eyes fixed on the ground in the streets of New York City, in order not to miss the good fortune that might come of picking up a pin. The pin must be thrust into a tree or post, in order to keep the luck as long as it remains fast. New York, New York. Find a pin and let it lie, you'll want a pin before you die. Alabama. See a pin and let it lie, you'll want that pin before you die. Peabody, Massachusetts. Salt. It is unlucky to pass salt across the table. Spilling salt is unlucky. Throw some over your left shoulder, or burn a pinch to avert ill luck. Northern Ohio. It is bad luck to spill salt unless it is burned. Virginia. If you spill salt, throw some over your left shoulder and then crawl under one side of the table and come out on the other to prevent bad luck. Bucks Co., Pennsylvania. Spilling salt at table is ill luck to the one towards whom it is spilled. Iowa. If you spill salt, you will have a whipping. New England and Canada. Sweeping. If the broom is moved with the rest of the household furniture, you will not be successful. The broom should be burned while standing in the corner, being watched, meanwhile, to prevent the house from taking fire. Never sweep the floor after sunset. It is bad luck. Alabama. Carrying ashes out of the house after sunset is bad luck. Virginia. It is ill luck to sweep dirt out of doors after sunset. Virginia. Dirt must not be swept out of doors after dark, or it will bring disaster to the master of the house. This belief is common among Negroes and superstitious whites. Chestertown, Maryland. Sailors are unwilling that their friends should sweep after dark, because in that case their wages will be swept away by sickness or otherwise. Westport, Massachusetts. Turning back. It is unlucky to turn back for anything after you have set out to go anywhere. Prince Edward Island. Returning to the house for something and starting again without sitting down is bad luck. Virginia. It will prove unlucky if you return for a forgotten article after you have left the house, but if you seat yourself before leaving the house again, the misfortune will be averted. New York. To avert ill luck or disappointment that will come if a person comes back to a house for something forgotten, he must sit down a minute. General in New England. To go back into the house for something after starting on a journey is unpropitious. To have it brought out is all right. Iowa. If you have to go back to the house after something forgotten, you must not sit down, but stand a moment or two, or else it is bad luck. Cape Breton. If you start anywhere and go back, it is bad luck unless you make a cross mark and spit in it. Alabama and Kentucky. Miscellaneous. If two persons shake hands across the gate, they are bringing on themselves ill luck. Alabama. It is unlucky to pass under a ladder. Canada. Go under a ladder, and you will be hanged. Walking under a ladder is considered very unlucky. In the outposts, girls will climb the rockiest cliffs to avoid such a contingency. On one occasion in St. John's, where a ladder extended across the sidewalk, of 127 girls who came along, only 6 ventured under it, the rest going along the gutter in mud ankle-deep. Newfoundland. If, in passing, one parts 2 people, it is a sign of disappointment to the parter. When 2 or 3 people go between different posts, in the entrance of gardens, cemeteries, etc., it is a sign they will be separated or disappointed. General in the United States. Sing on the street, disappointment you'll meet. To count the steps of stairs, as you lie on your back, indicates the number of your troubles. To fall upstairs means good luck, downstairs, ill luck. Massachusetts. To stumble downstairs, or on going out in the morning, means bad luck. Peabody, Massachusetts. Opals are unlucky. General in the United States. The opal is unlucky unless set with diamonds. New York. Don't let the tea kettle boil so as to make a bubbling or thumping noise. as some say it is unlucky. Eastern Massachusetts. A tea kettle boiling so as to make a bubbling sound is said to boil away luck, and should be removed from the flame. Eastern Massachusetts. Never let your dishwater come to a boil, as every bubble means bad luck to the family. Eastern Massachusetts. Sowing in the twilight is an ill omen. Chatham, New Hampshire. To look over another person's shoulder into a looking-glass means disappointment. Deer Isle, Maine. When going fishing, fishermen wear white mittens for luck. Portsmouth, New Hampshire. It is unlucky to lose a glove. Bathurst, New Brunswick. It is bad luck to have anyone step across the fishing pole. You will catch no fish. Talladega, Alabama. Crawl under a fence and you will have bad luck. Western Massachusetts. To step over the feet of anyone who is sitting is ill luck. Getting out of bed with the left foot first, or taking anything with the left hand when the right is disengaged, is a sign of bad luck. Alabama. In getting out of bed in the morning, the right foot is always to be placed first. Ohio. To get out of bed left foot first makes one cross. He got out of bed left foot first is a universal saying. In going in at the house door, always put the right foot foremost. This practice is observed by many intelligent people. To sing at the table is a sign you will be disappointed. It is an ill omen to leave the table while eating, to light the lamp. Western Massachusetts. To lay the knife and fork crosswise is ill luck. Peabody, Massachusetts. When you drop a knife or fork and it sticks up in the floor, you will have good luck. It is lucky to find a rusty knife or other steel instrument. Maine. If a knife be spun round, care should be taken to spin it back again, otherwise it ensures bad luck. Often verses of Proverbs 31 are assigned to girls and boys respectively according to the day of the month of birth. Labrador and Brookline, Massachusetts. It brings bad luck to the bearer of a ring to have it taken from her finger by another person. Massachusetts. Measuring one's waist as for a dress will bring ill luck. To turn a loaf of bread upside down is ill luck. Northern Ohio. To find a 4-leaved clover is lucky, but 5-leaved unlucky. General in the United States. When a vessel is launched, break a bottle of wine over her for luck. The bottle is to be broken by a lady. General in the United States. Never carry clean, wet clothes from one house to another, as it will bring ill luck. Chestertown, Maryland. Do not go into your new house by the back door. If you do, you take disaster with you. Never build on a spot where a house has been burned. The second house is likely to go in the same manner. Maine and Massachusetts. Light coming in at the window is a bad sign. Peabody, Massachusetts. The opening of an umbrella in the house is a sign of bad luck. General in the United States. If you drop your umbrella, you will have ill luck if you pick it up yourself, but the ill luck may be averted by having someone else pick it up. Prince Edward Island. To carry a hoe through the house is ill luck. Alabama. To light 3 lights with 1 match is good luck for a week. Peabody, Massachusetts. The falling of a chandelier foretells a disaster in the family. New York. Breaking a looking glass shows that you'll have 7 years of ill luck. General in the United States. If a chair be turned about on one of its 4 legs, there will be bad luck in the house all that year. Talladega, Alabama. A mare-browed man, that is, one whose eyebrows meet, is unlucky and can cast spells. Newfoundland. It is unlucky, when going deer hunting, to meet a red-haired man. Newfoundland. End of Chapter 9, Superstitions 608 through 713. Luck.
This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Current Superstitions by Fanny Dickerson Bergen. Chapter 10. Money. 714. A group of bubbles on a cup of coffee signifies money. The United States. 715. A mass of bubbles floating on a cup of coffee signifies that money is coming to one. If he can take up the bubbles on his spoon, it indicates that he will get the money, but if they escape, he will not. Prince Edward Island. 716. If a group of bubbles are floating on the tea or coffee cup, take them up in a spoon and swallow them unbroken, saying, "Save my money." Plymouth and Salem, Massachusetts, and New Brunswick. 717. If when you stir your coffee at breakfast, you will try to catch the bubbles on top, you can have as many dollars as you can catch whole ones. Alabama. 718. To find money and keep it ensures good luck through the year. Talladega, Alabama. 719. Put the first piece of money you can get in the morning into your stocking and you will have more to add to it before night. Alabama. 720. If you can find a piece of money the first day of the year, you will have good luck all the rest of the year. Alabama. 721. If paper money is folded lengthwise first, it will ensure the possession of money. If folded the short fold first, money will not remain in the pocket. Alabama. 722. To make a sale in the first place where an agent calls is good luck. For example, a magnifying glass worth $3 was sold for 75 cents in order to stop a run of bad luck by making a sale. Massachusetts. 723. If your initials spell a word, it means that you will be rich. Massachusetts and Ohio. 724. If the right hand itches, it is a sign you will receive money. If it is the left, you will spend money, because R stands for receive and L for let go. New York. 725. If the left hand itches and you rub it on wood, you'll receive money before the end of the week. Rub it on wood to make it good. Very common in New Brunswick and New England. 726. Itching in the palm of the hand means that it will soon receive money. Clap the closed hand into the pocket. Mount Desert. 727. If you place your money according to value, i.e., lay it in order, you will be rich. Bedford, Massachusetts. 728. An old superstition pertaining to clothing is that before putting a new clothes on, a sum of money must be placed in the right-hand pocket, which will ensure its always being full. If by mistake, however, it be put in the left-hand pocket, the wearer will never have a penny so long as the clothes last. 729. There's a bag of money or a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. 730. If you sow in the twilight, you will never be rich. Miramichi. 731. If you mend or sew on a garment while wearing it, you will always be poor. Bathurst. 732. Always shut the doors or you will never own a house. Salem, Massachusetts. 733. Sparks in the soot on the back wall above a coal fire bring wealth. Rhode Island. 734. Say money 3 times at the sight of a meteor and you'll get it, or wish and you'll get it. 735. When you see a shooting star, say money. As many times as you are able to repeat the word during the fall of the star, so many dollars you will have in your pocket. Connecticut. End of Chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Current Superstitions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit Librivox.org. Current Superstitions by Fanny D. Bergen. Chapter 11. Visitors. Superstitions 736 through 794. Having a piece of bread and taking another is a sign someone is coming hungry. Maine, New York, and Pennsylvania. If you drop a slice of bread with the buttered side up, it is a sign of a visitor. Bathurst, New Brunswick. If a broom falls across the threshold, it means a visitor is coming. Massachusetts. 3 chairs in a row is a sign of a caller. Bedford, Massachusetts. 2 chairs chancing to be placed back to back denote that a visitor is coming. Danvers, Massachusetts. 1 chair in front of another means a stranger. Peabody, Massachusetts. If you go around the chimney without sitting down, you will bring company to that house. Guilford, Connecticut. Company on Sunday means company all the week. New England. If you have company on Monday, you will have company every day in the week. General in the United States. If you drop the dishcloth, it is a sign that you will have company. General in the United States. If you almost drop a dishcloth and catch it before it falls, it is a sign of a visitor. Bathurst, New Brunswick. If you drop a dish rag, someone is coming hungry. Alabama. If the dishcloth, on falling to the floor, spreads out, the visitor will be a lady. If it falls in a heap, it will be a gentleman. Cape Breton and Central Maine. If you drop the tea towel, it is a sign of company. Pennsylvania. If you go in at one door and out at another, it is a sign of company. New York and Ohio. Going out through one door of the house and in through another means a visit from agreeable company. If you go in at one door and out of another of the house of a friend, a stranger will enter the house soon. If you go in at the back or front door of a house and out at the front or back, without sitting down, you will bring company. Guilford, Connecticut. If you forget anything on your departure from a visit, you will go there again. Eastern Massachusetts. If the fork is dropped at the table, a man will call. Pennsylvania. If you drop a fork and it sticks in the floor and remains in a standing position, it is a sign that a gentleman will call. But if a knife, a lady will call. General in the United States. Should you drop a knife or scissors so that they stick into the floor and stand up, it is a sign of company. New York. The dropping of any sharp-pointed instrument which sticks up in the floor, such as a knife, a pair of scissors, etc., foretells company coming from the direction in which the article leans. Massachusetts. If the scissors drops, there will be visitors. If the small blade sticks in the floor, it will be children. If the large, adults. Nashua, New Hampshire. A needle dropping on the floor and sticking up means visitors. St. John, New Brunswick. If a knife be dropped at table, a woman will call. Pennsylvania. If you drop a knife at table, a lady will come during the evening. If a fork, a gentleman is coming. Talladega, Alabama. If you drop a knife, it is a sign a lady is coming to see you. If a fork, the visitor will be a man. If a spoon, your cousin. New York. 2 knives beside a plate mean a lady stranger. 2 forks, a man. Peabody, Massachusetts. To put 2 spoons in your teacup is a sign of a stranger. Maine and Massachusetts. 2 forks or spoons crossed on a plate signify that a stranger is coming. If you wash the sugar bowl, you will have company. Eastern Massachusetts. To have too many plates on the table means guests. If an extra plate be accidentally placed upon the table, some visitor will come hungry. Northern Ohio. If you are offered an article of food at the table, which you already have on your plate, but forgetting that you have it, take some more, it is a sign that a stranger is coming to your house before you eat another meal. Quebec. If stems of tea grounds are found in the cup, it denotes that visitors are coming. If you wish them to come, bite the heads off and throw them under the table. Deerfield, Massachusetts. If the stems of tea grounds come on top of the cup, visitors are coming. Bite one, and if it is hard, it will be a man. If soft, a woman. New Hampshire. If successful in the attempt to take stems from your tea, a friend is going to visit you. Alabama. If the tea stem is on the top of the cup, put it in your shoe, and you will have company. Massachusetts. If a tea stem floats in the tea, it is a sign you will have a visitor. If it is hard, it is a man. If it is soft, it is a woman. If it is long, the visitor will be tall. If short, the visitor will be short. New York. To learn about visitors from tea grounds, lift the leaf out and press it against the left hand, naming the days of the week. Upon whatever day the leaf chances to cling and rest, company may be expected. To complete the spell, pat the leaf down your neck and wish. Plymouth, Massachusetts. If your eye quivers, a stranger is coming. Labrador. If a stray hair blows persistently across the eyes, it's the sign that a stranger is coming. Massachusetts. The shin bone itching means guests. The nose itching signifies visitors, general in the United States. The nose itching foretells company. If on the right side, it means a man. If on the left, a woman. Central New York. If your nose itches, you will see an old friend whom you have not seen for some time. New York and Pennsylvania. If your nose itches, it means you'll see a stranger, kiss a fool, or be in danger. Peabody, Massachusetts. To sneeze at the table indicates a stranger. Peabody, Massachusetts. To sneeze before breakfast is a sign you will have a caller before night. Eastern Massachusetts. Sneeze before you eat. See a stranger before you sleep. Cape Breton. As many times as you sneeze before breakfast, so many calls will you have before tea or bedtime. If you sneeze on Saturday, you will have company on Sunday. Massachusetts. Water spilled on the doorstep means a stranger. Ohio. To slop water near a door is a sign of a stranger. Peabody, Massachusetts. A sudden shower of sparks from the fire betokens a visitor. Cape Breton. When you see the soot burning in the back of the chimney, it is a sign of your being visited by a stranger. Alabama. If you crock your knuckles, company will come. Massachusetts. End of chapter 11. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for Librivox. Spring 2007.
Section 12, Cures. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Kelly Robinson, Birmingham, Alabama. Current Superstitions by Fanny Bergen. Chapter 12, Cures. Numbers 795 through 871. Amulets. Green glass beads worn about the neck will prevent or cure erysipelas. Chestertown, Maryland. Gold beads were formerly a protection against the king's evil, scrofula, and nearly every maiden and matron wore ample strings of beautiful, large beads. Adams, Massachusetts. Gold beads worn about the neck will cure sore throat. Windham, Maine. Gold beads worn about the throat were thought to cure or prevent goiter. Northern Ohio. A string of gold beads is still held to be a preventive of quinsy, sore throats, and so on. New Hampshire. A string of gold beads worn on the neck will cure or prevent quinsy. Prince Edward Island. Red beads about the neck cure nosebleed. Cazenovia, New York. For nosebleed, wear a red bean on a white string round the neck. Bedford, Massachusetts. A black silk cord about the neck cures croup. Cazenovia, New York. A key worn hanging about the neck by a string prevents nosebleed. Central Maine. Wearing brown paper on the chest will cure seasickness. Newton, Massachusetts, and Chestertown, Maryland. Tie a piece of black ribbon around a child's neck and it will prevent croup. Waltham, Massachusetts. Brass earrings or rings are thought by Negroes to keep away rheumatism. Alabama. To cure rheumatism, wear a brass ring on the finger. Boston, Massachusetts. Wearing brass rings will prevent cramp. Alabama. A brass ring worn on the finger will cure rheumatism. Chestertown, Maryland, Negro. Sailors wear gold earrings for weak eyes or to strengthen the sight. Brookline, Massachusetts. A common custom among Negroes is to wear a leather strap about the wrist as a cure for rheumatism, sprains, etc., and to give strength. Chestertown, Maryland, Negro. As a cure for nosebleed, tie a string about the little finger. Cape Breton. A leather string commonly worn around the neck is supposed to prevent whooping cough. Chestertown, Maryland. A red string tied about the waist cures nausea or seasickness. Massachusetts. Charm. To keep fire always burning on the hearth will prevent cholera among chickens. Alabama. If a fishhook pierces the hand, stick it 3 times into wood in the name of the Trinity to prevent festering or other evil consequences. Newfoundland. If you scratch yourself with a rusty nail, stick the nail immediately into hard wood and it will prevent lockjaw. Salem, Massachusetts. A man who stuck a nail in his foot was told by a neighbor to pull it out, grease it, and hang it up in the chimbley, otherwise he might have lockjaw. New Brunswick. To cure nose bleeding, write the person's name on the forehead. Newfoundland. For rheumatism, carry a horseshoe nail in the pocket. Central New York. To get rid of rheumatism, you go in de lot and go up to fence. Den put you breast on it and say, I left you here, I left you here, 3 times. Den you go way and don't you never come back there no more. French Canadian. To cure fits, the first time the child or person has one, tear off the shirt of the patient and burn it up, and no more fits will return. Chestertown, Maryland, Negro. If you don't want the cramp in your foot, turn your shoes bottom up at night. Nashua, New Hampshire. To keep off nightmare, put your shoes at night with the toes pointing away from the bed. Central New York. To ward off nightmare, sleep with shears under the pillow. Central New York. Nightmare is caused by the nightmare man, a kind of evil spirit, struggling with one. It is prevented by placing a sharp knife under the pillow and stuffing the keyhole with cotton. Windham, Maine. Sores can be cured by those who possess magical powers, going through certain incantations, which are to be followed by applications of oatmeal and vinegar. Newfoundland. For a sty on the eye, take a small piece of paper, rub it on the sty, go across the road 3 times, and say each time, Sty, sty, go off my eye, go on the first one that passes by. This is a sure cure in 2 or 3 days. Talladega, Alabama. To cure a sty, repeat at a crossroads. Sty, sty, leave my eye, and take the next one that passes by. Massachusetts, Indiana, and California. Toothache may be cured by conjurers who apply the finger to the aching tooth while muttering a charm, or tie a number of knots in a fishing line. Newfoundland. Toothache may be cured by a written charm, sealed up and worn around the neck of the afflicted person. The following is a copy of the charm. I've seen it written, a feller was sittin' on a marvel stone, and our Lord came by, and he said to him, What's the matter with thee, my man? And he said, Got the toothache, marster? And he said, Follow me, and thee shall have no more toothache. Newfoundland. For toothache, take an eyelash, an eyebrow, trimmings of the fingernails, and toenails of the patient. Bore a hole in a beech tree, and put them in. The sufferer must not see the tree, and it must not be cut down or burned. Cape Breton. Treat biliousness by boring 3 holes in a tree, and walking 3 times around it, saying, Go away, bilious. Eastern Shore of Maryland. The most powerful charm is a piece of printed paper called the Letter of Jesus Christ. This, in addition to the well-known letter of Lentulus to the Senate, contains many absurd superstitions, such as the promise of safe delivery in childbed and freedom from bodily hurt to those who may possess a copy of it. Newfoundland. Water. Rub the hands with the first snow that falls, and you'll not have sore hands all winter. Wynne, Maine. On Ash Wednesday, before sunrise, dip a pail of water in a running brook, upstream. Bottle it and keep as a cure for anything. Maine. Catch the last snow of the season, for example, in April. Melt and put into a bottle. It will cure sore eyes. Chestertown, Maryland. Water made from snow that falls in the month of May will cure sore eyes. Prince Edward Island. Rain water caught the 1st of June will cure freckles. It will not putrefy. Massachusetts. An Indian doctor used for inflammation of the eyes rainwater caught on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th of June. It is said that this will not putrefy. New Hampshire. The first water that falls in June is supposed to cure all skin diseases, and I am informed it is dreadful good for the insides too. Westford, Massachusetts. Water in which a blacksmith has cooled his iron is a cure for freckles. Malden, Massachusetts. Miscellaneous. It is believed that piercing the ear will cure weak eyes or strengthen the eyes. It is often done to children for this purpose. Northern Ohio. To cure hiccups, repeat in one breath the words, There was an old woman who lived all alone, and she was made of skin and bone. One day to church she went to pray, and on the ground a man there lay, and from his head unto his feet the worms crawled in, the worms crawled out. Boston, Massachusetts. A variant. There was an old woman who lived all alone, and she was made of skin and bone. One day to church she went to pray, and on the ground there lay a man. And from his head unto his feet the worms crawled in, the worms crawled out. The woman to the parson said, Shall I be so when I am dead? The parson, he said, Yes. Portland, Maine, Brookline, and Deerfield, Massachusetts. For hiccups, the nurse used to say in a droning, deep, ghostly tone, There was an old man and an old woman, and they lived in a bottle and eat bones. Brookline, Massachusetts. Other somewhat general remedies for hiccups are to munch a spoonful of sugar, to scare the one troubled with hiccups by some startling announcement or accusation as, See, you've torn your dress, or How did you break my vase? Etc. Another custom is to steadily point a finger at the hiccuper, or to make him hold up his arm and shake it. To cure hiccups, slowly take 9 sips of water. Prince Edward Island and Northern Ohio. Another cure for hiccups is as follows. Put the thumb up against the lower lip with the fingers under the chin and say, Hiccup, hiccup, over my thumb, 9 times. Northern Ohio. A cure for hiccups. Try for a long time to make the edges of the thumbnails meet at the end. Chestertown, Maryland. Think of the one you love best to cure hiccups. Prince Edward Island. For chapped lips, kiss the middle rail of a 5-railed fence. Bernardston, Massachusetts. To relieve coughing or strangling, put a pair of scissors down inside the back of your dress. Prince Edward Island. Chew brown paper as a cure for nosebleed. Eastern Massachusetts. For nosebleed, put a key down the back. For nosebleed, hold up the right arm. For nosebleed, place a wad of paper between the upper lip and the gum. You can keep from crying as you peel onions if you keep the mouth closed. Northern Ohio. Hold, by the points, 2 needles between your teeth as you peel onions, and you will not cry. Prince Edward Island. Hold a needle between your teeth with the point out while peeling onions, and you'll not cry. That is, will not feel the smart. You will not cry in peeling onions if you hold a bit of bread in the mouth. Prince Edward Island, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Irish. Or put the bread on the point of the knife. Maine. You will not cry in peeling onions if you let the faucet be open, so the water will run. Cambridge, Massachusetts. To bring up the palate when it drops and tickles the root of the tongue, take a wisp of hair on the crown of the head and tie it up very tight. Chestertown, Maryland. Rubbing a sty with a gold ring will cure it. Prince Edward Island. Cure a sty by rubbing it with a wedding ring. General. A sty in the eye is cured by rubbing a gold ring on the eye 3 mornings with the sign of the cross. Labrador. A pebble in the mouth will ease thirst. Brookline, Massachusetts. A sore throat may be cured by binding about the neck, on going to bed, one of the stockings which the patient has been wearing. No other one will do. Somewhat general in the United States. To cure the sore throat, take 3 handfuls of ashes with your left hand, put into your left stocking, and bind it around your throat. Mattawamkeag, Maine. To burn the little nerve in the ear will cure the toothache forever. Northern Ohio. End of Chapter 12, Cures. Section 13, Warts. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Kelly Robinson, Birmingham, Alabama. Current Superstitions by Fanny Bergen. Chapter 13, Warts. Number 872 through 929. Causes. Blood from the warts on a cow's bag coming in contact with a person's hands will cause warts to appear on them. New Hampshire. Blood from a wart, especially if applied to the tongue, will cause warts to appear. New Jersey. To count another person's warts will cause them to appear on you. General in the United States. If one counts stars while lying on his back, he will have as many warts as he has counted stars. New York and Trenton, New Jersey. To drink the water in which eggs have been boiled will cause internal warts. Miramichi, New Brunswick. Washing the hands in water in which eggs have been boiled causes warts to grow. Cape Breton and Eastern Massachusetts. Warts are caused by touching the white of an egg. Salem, Massachusetts. To touch the jellyfish will cause warts. Halifax, Nova Scotia, and parts of eastern New England. Touching the excrescences that sometimes appear on trees will cause warts on the hand of the person who touches them. New England. The handling of large species of toadstool, sometimes popularly called wart toadstool, will cause warts to grow on the part of the hand coming in contact with it. New Hampshire. The handling of a toad will cause warts to appear. General in the United States. Cures. To cure a wart, grease it with stolen bacon and hide the latter. Split a bean and put 1/2 on the wart, 1/2 in the ground, and at the end of the week dig up the latter. Place on the wart with the other half. Bury again, and this will cure the wart. Greenfield, Massachusetts. Beans rubbed on a wart and thrown in the well will cure a wart. Maine. Rub a white bean on the warts, wrap it in paper, and throw it on the road. Whoever picks it up will get the warts. Connecticut. If you find an old bone in the field, rub the wart with it, then lay it down exactly as you found it. The wart will be cured. Maine. If a person has warts, he should rub them with a bone, and after replacing the bone, they are said to leave. Alabama. Rub a wart with the yellow milky juice of celandine, Chelidonium majus, Massachusetts. The juice of wild celandine, Impatiens fulva, is used as a wart cure. Franconia, New Hampshire. Dandelion juice will cure warts. Revere Beach, Massachusetts. The milky juice of the Euphorbia hypericifolia and other small prostrate euphorbias is thought to be a sure cure for warts. Northern Ohio. The milky juice of the common cypress spurge, Euphorbia cyparissias, will cure warts. The juice of the common large milkweeds, Asclepias, will cure warts. Massachusetts. The juice of the milk thistles, Sonchus, will cure warts. Prince Edward Island. The milky juice of the Osage orange is used as a wart cure. Southern Ohio. The first time a person has seen your wart, if it is rubbed with fresh cream by that person, the wart will surely go away. Brunswick, New York. Rub a wart with a stolen dishcloth and then hide or bury the latter. As it decays, the wart will disappear. General in the United States. Rub the wart with a stolen dishcloth and secrete the dishcloth until it becomes moldy and decays. Then the wart is cured. Bucks County, Pennsylvania. To cure a wart, draw a blade across it and then draw the knife across a sweet apple tree. Lawrence, Massachusetts. Warts are cured by stealing pork from the family barrel of salted pork, rubbing the warts with it, and throwing it into the road. The person who picks it up gets the warts. Brunswick, New York. Sell your warts for money. Throw the money away anywhere, but on your own land. Whoever picks up the money gets also the warts. Springfield, Massachusetts. To cure warts, cut your fingernails and put them in the knothole of a tree. Then stop up the hole, wishing the warts on to someone else. Connecticut. Make a wart bleed and put the blood on a penny. Throw the latter away, and the finder will get the wart. Cut up an onion. Rub the wart with each slice. and bury all the slices. Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Split a pea and rub the wart with both pieces. Make a wish that some person shall get the wart. Throw one piece over one shoulder and the other over the other into the river, and the wart will go to the person wished. Miramichi, New Brunswick. If you rub your warts with a pebble, wrap the pebble in paper, and throw it away, the person who picks it up will have them come to him. Or, should you label the paper with someone's name and throw it away, the warts will go to the person whose name you have written. New England. Take a green mossy pebble, wrap it up, tie it, and throw it away. The finder will catch the wart which you had. Rhode Island. Take as many pebbles as there are warts. Rub them on the warts, roll them in paper, and throw them away. The finder takes the warts. Boxford, Massachusetts. Go out of doors, count 3. Stop and pick up the stone nearest to your toe. Wrap it up in a paper and throw it away. The one that picks it up will get the warts. Providence, Rhode Island. Count out secretly as many stones as you have warts. Tie in a rag and throw them where they can't be seen. Massachusetts. If you have warts, walk 9 steps backward with your eyes shut, having just picked up a pebble with which rub the wart, and throw it away. Fort Worth, Texas. To cure warts, wash the hands in warm pig's blood. Nova Scotia. Steal as many pins as you have warts. Wrap them in paper and throw them in the road. The warts will attack whoever picks up the paper and leave you. Brunswick, New York. Run a pin through the wart and put the pin in the road. The finder gets the wart. Missouri. Rub warts with the head of a pin. Hide the latter and do not look for it. Or tie a knot in a string, lay it away, and do not look for it, and the warts will disappear. Western New York. Take a potato and rub it over the wart. Then wrap the potato in a piece of paper and throw it away. The one who finds it will have the wart. Maine. Rub the wart with a cotton rag. Spit on the rag and hide it under a water board, a wooden gutter used as a duct for rainwater off the roof of a house, where the water will drip on it. The whole operation must be kept secret. Kansas. Rub the wart with rock salt till it bleeds, and throw a lump of salt in the fire. If it crackles and snaps out of the fire, the wart will get well. If not, not. Central Maine. Binding a slug, Limax, on a wart will cure it. Cazenovia, New York. Rub the warts with the sole of your shoe. As the leather wears away, the warts depart. Springfield, Massachusetts. When a person wishes to remove warts from his hand, cut as many notches on a stick as you have warts, and standing on a bridge, throw the stick over your left shoulder and turn your head. They will go off before you leave the bridge. Alabama. Cut notches in a stick to the number of warts you have, and then bury the stick. Massachusetts. Some pretend to remove warts by touching with the sharp point of a stick and rubbing them in the notch of another stick. Then, if the patient tells of it, they will come back. Alabama. Take as many joints of oat or wheat straw as a person has warts and burn them under a stone. As the joints rot, the warts disappear. This is to be done by another for you. Cape Breton. Rub saliva on the wart. Tie a string around the hand so that the knot comes on the wart. Take off the string and hide in a hollow stump. Southern Indiana. Kill a toad and put its blood on the wart. The warts will go away in 3 weeks. Marquette, Michigan. Warts are cured by tying a knot in a string for every wart and putting under the eaves of the house. The warts go as the string rots. Ohio. Warts may be cured by applying to them water standing in the hollow of an oaken stump. Boxford, Massachusetts, and Ohio. End of 13.
Chapter 14. Weather. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sandra Martin, Waikoloa, Hawaii. Current Superstitions by Fanny Bergen. Superstitions number 930 through 1079. As the days begin to lengthen, so the cold begins to strengthen. Northeastern United States and Canada. Fire-spitting sparks means cold weather. Patten, Maine. If the fire burns well, it is coming cold weather. General in the United States. Fog in winter is always succeeded by cold and wind. Plenty of hawberries foretell a hard winter, i.e., they are to serve as a store of food for birds. Canada. Cold weather comes after the wind has blown over the oat stubble. Pennsylvania. Days and times. The first Tuesday after the new moon settles the weather for that quarter. Newfoundland. If it is a fair sunset Friday night, it will rain before Monday. Massachusetts. If it storms on a Friday, it will storm again before the next Monday. Massachusetts and New York. If the sun sets clear Friday night, it will not rain before Monday night. But if it sets in a cloud, it will rain before Monday night. Boston, Massachusetts. The weather of the last Friday in the month governs the next month. Cambridge, Massachusetts. There will be sun during some part of Saturday the year through. Brookline, Massachusetts. If it rains the last Saturday or the first Sunday in a month, it will rain the 3 following Sundays. Maine. The sun shines some part of every Saturday in the year but one. New England. Saturday's moon comes 7 years too soon and denotes bad weather. Newfoundland. Sunday's sail will never fail. Topsail Bay, Newfoundland. Weather is apt to repeat itself in the following week, i.e., there will be a run of wet Sundays or fine Tuesdays, etc. Brookline, Massachusetts. The first 7 days of January indicate the first 7 months of the year. Mild days, mild months, etc. Nova Scotia. If March comes in like a lamb, it will go out like a lion, and vice versa. General in the United States. The corn is planted when the Baltimore Orioles appear, or when the first green is noticed on the oak tree. Milton, Massachusetts. A dry May and a wet June make the farmer whistle a merry tune. Franklin Center, Rhode Island. It rains often on July 4th. That is due to the firing of cannon, etc. General in the United States. If there is a wet September, there will be a next summer's drought. No crops and famine. California. If it rains on Easter, it will rain 7 Sundays thereafter. Hennepin, Illinois. A green Christmas makes a full churchyard, or a green Christmas makes a fat graveyard. General in the United States. The 12 days at Christmas govern the weather of the months of the coming year. Eastern Massachusetts. The 12 days at Christmas time make the almanac for the year. Massachusetts. It is a general notion that a cold winter is followed by a hot summer, and vice versa. It always rains while the cadets are in camp. Eastern Massachusetts. It always rains during May meetings. Boston, Massachusetts. It always rains during a cattle show. Deerfield, Massachusetts. Women cruising, i.e., visiting about on pot days, especially Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, when people have their best dinner, usually pork and cabbage, in the pot, is a sign of bad weather. But it is also said that it is a sign of mild weather. Newfoundland and Labrador. Fair or foul. Of a change. Long looked for, long last. Short notice, soon past. Brookline, Massachusetts. From 12 till 2 tells what the day will do. New England. If it rains before 7, it will drip before 11. Eastern Maine. If it rains before 7, it will quit before 11. Prince Edward Island and Maine, Massachusetts, and northern Ohio. If a storm clears off in the night, pleasant weather will last but a few hours. Northern Ohio. In uncertain or threatening weather, it is said that if you can see a piece of blue sky big enough to make a pair of breeches, it will clear off. Maine, Massachusetts, and northern Ohio. Variant. If you can see enough blue sky in the west to make an old woman's apron, it will clear off. Eastern Maine. Clocks and watches tick louder before mild weather. Scilly Cove, Newfoundland. Cobwebs on the grass are a sign of fair weather. General in the United States. If every dish is cleaned at a given meal, then look for fair weather the following day. Pennsylvania Germans. Fog lying in valleys is a sign of a civil day. Bay Roberts, Newfoundland. If hoarfrost remains after sunrise, the day will be fine. If not, the day will be wet. Scilly Cove, Newfoundland. A load of hay passing means fair weather. Massachusetts. Rainbow in the morning, sailors take warning. Rainbow at night, sailors delight. General in Canada and the United States. A rainbow is a sign of showers. Prince Edward Island. Rain falling while the sun is shining indicates more showers. Prince Edward Island and northern Ohio. Rain falling while the sun shines is a sign it will rain next day. Methuen, Massachusetts. Rain falling while the sun is shining means that the devil is beating his wife with a codfish. General in the United States. Thunder in the morning, all the day storming. Thunder at night is the sailor's delight. Red at night, sailor's delight. Red in the morning, sailors take warning. Maine and eastern Massachusetts. Evening red and morning gray will speed the traveler on his way. Evening gray and morning red will bring the rain upon his head. Massachusetts, New York, and Ohio. Evening red and morning gray, you'll surely have a pleasant day. New York. Red sun, hot day tomorrow. High wind at dawn is a sign of a civil, calm day. Newfoundland. Sun's hounds, a sort of halo, before the sun denote dirty weather. After the sun denote fine weather. Scilly Cove, Newfoundland. In Prince Edward Island and the United States, these halos are called sundogs and are said to be a sign of coming rain. Much snow during the winter denotes good crops next year. New Harbor, Newfoundland. If the stars are scarce, big, and dull, it portends mild weather in winter. If large and bright, it portends frost in winter. Newfoundland. Stars twinkling are a sign of bad weather. Labrador and New Harbor, Newfoundland. Moon. When the moon is on the back, it denotes weather wet or mild. When on the end, it denotes frost. Newfoundland. Should the new moon lie on its back, it is a sign it will be dry that month, for the moon will hold water. The Indian says the hunter can hang his powder horn upon it. But should the new moon stand vertically, it will be a wet month, for the moon will not hold water and the powder horn will slip off. Very many, however, reverse these signs. New England, New York, and Ohio. The Indians told the first settlers that if the moon lay well on her back, so that a powder horn could be hung on the end, the weather during that moon will be dry. Nova Scotia. The moon changing in the west denotes that fine weather will prevail during that moon. Bay Roberts, Newfoundland. If the moon changes near midnight, there will be fine weather. The nearer to midnight, the finer the weather. Conception Bay, Newfoundland. A disk or ring around the moon indicates bad weather, rain or snow. Newfoundland. A circle round the moon means rain. In some localities, the number of stars inside the circle denotes the number of days until it will rain. Prince Edward Island, general in the United States. Where there is a ring around the moon, whichever way the ring opens, the wind will blow in. If it does not open, there will be fine weather. The bigger the ring, the nearer the bad weather. Trinity Bay, Newfoundland. If the new moon is of light color, there will be a frost. If it is red, it will be mild for a month. Bay Roberts, Newfoundland. The weather of the new moon governs the month's weather. Newfoundland. The weather of the new moon governs the first quarter, and after that remains the same. Therefore, it governs the first half. Conception Bay, Newfoundland. The moon being red near midnight, with blunted corners or horns, portends mild weather that month. If the corners are white and sharp, there will be frosty weather. Conception Bay, Newfoundland. If there is a star before the moon, the weather will be calm. If the star is behind the moon, the weather will be stormy. New Harbor, Newfoundland. Rain. A load of barrels foretells wet weather. Eastern Massachusetts. When the brothers, Catholic theological students, turn out in a procession, it will rain soon. Baltimore, Maryland. When a great many women are seen on the street, it will rain next day. Bedford, Massachusetts. When you blow out the candle, if the fire on the wick burns bright, it means a fair day on the morrow. If it dies down on being blown out, it indicates a rainy day. Plymouth, Ohio. When long cirrus clouds or cows' tails are seen, it means rain. Lewisburg, Pennsylvania. Cobwebs on the grass for 3 mornings running are a sign of wet. If there is no dew on the grass at night, it will rain the next day. General in the United States. Conjurers can stop rain by throwing up clods of dirt. Alabama. Fog on the hill brings water to the mill. Fog on the moor brings the sun to the door. New York. A fog from the hills brings water to the mills. A fog from the sea drives all the rain away. Prince Edward Island. Fog on the hill brings water to the mill. Fog in the vale, catch all the water in a pail. Massachusetts. 3 foggy mornings and then a rain. Massachusetts. It will rain within 24 hours of a hoarfrost. Deerfield, Massachusetts. When the glass sweats, it is the sign of rainy weather. Alabama. If the ground is black, it means rain. Peabody, Massachusetts. To wear your husband's hat is a sign of rain. Massachusetts. Talking of horses is a sign of rain. Labrador. Mackerel sky 5 miles high lets the earth go 3 days dry. Miller's River, Massachusetts. Mackerel sky, rain by and by. Massachusetts. A mackerel sky is a sign of a storm. Prince Edward Island. Mackerel sky, rain is nigh. Or, mackerel sky, rain tomorrow. Brookline, Massachusetts. Mackerel sky, 3 days high. Never leaves the earth, 3 days dry. Massachusetts. Mackerel's back and the mare's tails make lofty ships carry low sails. Newburyport, Massachusetts. Mackerel sky, horse's tail, make the sailor draw his sail. Brookline, Massachusetts. Mackerel sky, wind blow high. Canada. Mackerel sky, 24 hours dry. Salem, Massachusetts. Open and shet, sign of wet. Maine and Massachusetts. Open and shet, sign of more wet. Massachusetts. Open and shet, kind o' wet. Massachusetts. If raindrops linger on the pane, there will be further rain. Raindrops falling on a river, etc., and raising large bubbles, mean a heavy fall of rain and a flood. If you can see the reflection of the building, etc., in puddles in the street, it will rain inside of 12 hours. Salem, Massachusetts. When the rain dries up quickly from puddles, it will rain again soon. Mattawamkeag, Maine. The rope becoming slack denotes that rain is coming. Placentia Bay, Newfoundland. Sparks on the bottom of the tea kettle mean rain. Patten, Maine. The sun drawing water means rain. General in the United States. When the sun sets in a bank of clouds, there will soon be rain. Alabama. It is believed that a rain may be stopped by putting one umbrella or more out in the rain. The longer left, the better. New Orleans, Louisiana. Water boiling over out of a kettle is a sign of rain. Labrador. Water boiling away quickly from the kettle is a sign of rain. Newfoundland, General in the United States. The same, however, is also said to be a sign of mild weather. Bay Roberts, Newfoundland. To eat or sing in the water closet betokens rain the next day. Eastern Massachusetts. Water low in wells is a sign of rain. Placentia Bay, Newfoundland. Whistle to bring rain. Newfoundland. When you hear a distant locomotive whistle, it is a sign of rain. Alabama. Comes the rain before the wind, then your topsail you must mind. Comes the wind before the rain, haul your topsails up again. Cape Cod, Massachusetts. If the rain comes before the wind, it is time your topsail to take in. If the wind before the rain, you may hoist your topsail up again. Labrador. Wind and storm. A broom falling across the doorway or chairs set crosswise is the sign of a storm. Stratham, New Hampshire. If a cloud and wind are coming, the wind will last. Trinity Bay, Newfoundland. If a cloud looks as if it had been picked by a hen, get ready to reef your topsails then. Mansfield, Ohio. Clothes hanging about the rigging will bring wind. Newfoundland. Blue blazes in a coal fire mean a storm. Eastern Massachusetts. When wood on the fire makes a peculiar hissing noise, it is said to tread snow, and there will soon be a storm. Salem, Massachusetts. If the stove lids get red hot when the fire is first made, it is a sure sign of a storm of some kind. Cambridge, Massachusetts. If the vessel is becalmed, throw a halfpenny overboard to buy wind. Harbor Grace, Newfoundland. If the halyard lies against the mast, the wind will increase. Newfoundland. Sticking a knife in the mainmast produces wind. Conception Bay, Newfoundland. Table knives turning blue denote that a northeast wind is coming. Placentia Bay, Newfoundland. Strange lights at sea are seen before a northeast gale. Newfoundland. To see northern lights denotes that south wind and a storm will come inside of 48 hours. Massachusetts. If the fall line storm clears off warm, it signifies that storms through that fall and winter will clear away with mild weather, i.e., the way in which the storm closes at the autumn equinox will rule the weather following storms until the vernal equinox storm. Then the same saying applies to the line storm of March, and the spring and summer after storms is foretold. The contrary would happen if cool weather followed the line storm. Weathersfield, Vermont. In the fall, if the sky is red in the west at sunset, a gale is coming from the northeast. Newfoundland. If a sky turn gray, the wind will be north. Newfoundland. First rise after low foretells stronger blow. Sailors putting the end of the sheet overboard will bring wind. Hitting it 3 times across the thwart stops the wind. Topsail Bay, Newfoundland. The day of the month of the first snowstorm indicates the number of storms in the year. Eastern Massachusetts. If the stars are remarkably clear and bright, it is likely there will be a storm the next day. Stars in a circle around the moon foretell a storm in the same number of days as there are stars. Maine, Massachusetts, and New York. Stars shooting about portend wind. Heart's Delight, Newfoundland. A shooting star shows that wind is coming from the direction toward which it goes. Conception Bay, New Harbor, Newfoundland. If stars are in thick patches before 12 at night, it is a sign that wind will come next day from that quarter. Heart's Delight, Trinity Bay, Newfoundland. For the sun to rise and go into a cloud means a storm. Massachusetts. If the sun sets in a bank, the wind will be in the western bank. Bay Roberts, Newfoundland. If the bottom of the tea kettle is white when taken from the stove, it indicates a snowstorm. Peabody, Massachusetts. The sun, getting up water, denotes wind and dirty weather. Skilly Cove, Newfoundland. Whistle for a breeze. Universal among sailors. Whistling of wind in blocks aloft is a sign of a heavy storm. Conception Bay, Newfoundland. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Current Superstitions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit Librivox.org. Current Superstitions by Fanny Dickerson Bergen. Chapter 15. Moon. Divination. Superstitions 1080 through 1093. Repeat, looking at the new moon the first time you see it. New moon, true moon, tell unto me who my true love is to be, the color of his hair, the clothes he is to wear, and when he'll be married to me. Mansfield, Ohio. On first seeing the new moon, hold any small object in the hand while you repeat, New moon, true moon, reveal to me who my true love shall be, the color of his hair, the clothes he shall wear, and the day that we shall wedded be. Put the object, handkerchief, pebble, or what not, under your pillow at night, and you will dream of your future husband. Prince Edward Island. New moon, moon, hail unto thee! In my sleep upon my bed, may the one I am to wed in my dreams smile on me. Middleborough, Massachusetts. If you see the new moon over the right shoulder, take 3 steps backward and repeat, New moon, true and bright, if I have a lover, let me dream of him tonight. If I'm to marry far, let me hear a bird cry. If I'm to marry near, let me hear a cow low. If I'm never to marry, let me hear a hammer knock. One of these sounds is always heard. Tennessee. Say to the new moon over your right shoulder, New moon, come play your part, and tell me who's my own sweetheart, the color of his hair, the clothes he shall wear, and on what day he shall appear. Then dream. Massachusetts. The first time you see the moon in the new year, look at it and say, Whose table shall I spread? For whom make the bed? Whose name shall I carry? And whom shall I marry? Then think of one you would like to marry, and go your way. Ask some questions of the first person you meet, and if the answer is affirmative, it indicates that you will marry your choice. If negative, it means you will not. Told by a Norwegian girl in eastern Massachusetts. Rest a mirror on the head and look at the new moon in it. As many moons as you see mean the number of months before marriage. When it is new moon, take out a stocking, and as you knit, repeat, This knot I knit, to know the thing I know not yet. This night, that I may see who my husband is to be, how he goes, and what he wears, and what he does all days and years. Nashua, New Hampshire. Look over the right shoulder at the new moon and count 9 stars. Pick up whatever is under your right foot, such as a stick, pebble, or whatnot. Put it under your pillow, and you will dream of whoever is to be your husband. Deer Isle, Maine. When you see the moon, say, I see the moon, and the moon sees me, and the moon sees somebody that I want to see. Massachusetts. New moon, true and trusty. Tell me who my true love must be. Pennsylvania. Wish the first time you see the moon, and your wish will come true. General in the United States and Canada. Bow to the new moon 7 times the first time you see it, and you'll get a present. Or wish, and you will get your wish. New England. If you shake your dress at the new moon, you will get a new one. Alabama. Fortune. Superstitions 1094 through 1109. The moon seen over the right shoulder brings good luck. Over the left shoulder, ill luck. General in the United States. If you should see the moon over your left shoulder, and should, without speaking, turn round and look at it over your right shoulder, your ill luck will disappear, and you will be as well off as if you had seen it over your right shoulder first. Maine and Massachusetts. It is bad luck to look at the moon over your right shoulder. If through mistake you should look at it over your right, face round, take 3 steps backward with your hands clasped behind, and then look at it over the left shoulder. Alabama. If you see the moon square in the face, you'll have a fall. Nashua, New Hampshire. See the moon over the left shoulder, you will have a fall or tumble. Bedford, Massachusetts. If you have money in the pocket when you first see the new moon, turn it over, and you'll have plenty all the rest of the month. Stratham, New Hampshire. If you have money in your pocket the first time you see the new moon, and it is seen over your right shoulder, you will have money all the year. Nashua, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. Take out money and shake it in the hand on first seeing the new moon. It will increase your wealth. Miramichi, New Brunswick. Look at the new moon through a ring, wish something while doing so, and your wish will come true. Alabama. If you first see the new moon with full hands, that is, with busy hands, you will be busy, full of work all the month. If idle, the reverse. See the new moon through a glass. See sorrow while it lasts. Deer Isle, Maine, and Salem, Massachusetts. If you see the new moon through trees or brush, you will have trouble that month. General in the United States. If you see the new moon full in front, you will meet your lover within the week. If you see the new moon face on, you will go headlong through the month. Salem, Massachusetts. Moon full face, open disgrace. Portland, Maine. One who chances to have a cup in his hand when he first sees the new moon is destined to wait on the sick until another new moon appears. Alabama. Moonlight. Superstitions 1110 through 1113. Some say you can see the man's axe and dog in the moon. New Brunswick. If the moon shines in your face as you lie in the bed at night, you'll die inside of a year. Central Maine. It is a general belief that it is dangerous to sleep with the moon shining on the face. If the moon shines on fish, they will spoil. Horses will be cured of any one of several diseases if you will insert a bit of silver, a dime is the favorite coin, in the part affected. But it is imperative that you do this by the light of the moon. Clover Bend, Arkansas. Wax and wane. Superstitions 1114 through 1140. Set out cabbages in the new of the moon to make them head up well, and gather apples in the new of the moon to make them keep well. Plant potatoes in the old of the moon. Mitchell County, North Carolina. Plant flowers in the increase of the moon. Pennsylvania. Be careful as to the phase of the moon when felling timber. General in the United States. If brush and thistles are cut down in the full moon in August, when the sign is in the heart, they will never grow again. Copied from an agricultural paper. Grass cut when the moon is waning will not spend well. New England. If cut when it is waxing, the hay weighs and spends well. New England. Plant peas and potatoes in the increase of the moon. Miramichi, New Hampshire. Seeds should be sown when the moon is new. This custom is still more or less observed. Corn should be planted at this time. Boston, Massachusetts. Plant seed the first 3 days after the moon changes. Alabama. Plant potatoes in the dark of the moon, so the potatoes will root and yield well. Mansfield, Ohio. The full moon is the time to cut alders, spruce, or other undergrowth, because the roots then die quickly without sprouting. Nova Scotia. Shingle the roof in the decrease of the moon, so the shingles will lie flat, go down, else they may warp and rise up. Mansfield, Ohio. If a farmer lays a rail fence by the light of the moon, it will be stronger and last longer than if it was laid in the daytime. Western New York and parts of Massachusetts. Kill any animal for meat on the increase of the moon, and it will increase in the pot. Kill it on the wane of the moon, and it will shrink in the pot. General in the United States. If hogs are butchered on a rising tide, the pork will not shrink in the pan. Massachusetts. You must never kill cattle or pigs or even wild game by the dark of the moon. It is most unlucky, and the meat will come to no good. Clover Bend, Arkansas. If you wean a calf at the time of the full moon, it will make less fuss. You mustn't wean it when the sign is in the belly, or it will never grow fat. Pursue the same course with a pig, or it will squeal. Western Massachusetts. To make hair grow, cut it in the new of the moon. Newfoundland, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Maine, Massachusetts, and Talladega, Alabama. Cut hair the first Friday in the new moon if you wish it to grow. General in the United States. It is the custom for girls to cut their bangs on the forehead when the moon is new. It is supposed to make them grow. This custom is observed by many intelligent young people. Boston, Massachusetts. Cut hair in the new moon, bury it in earth near a running brook, and it will make the new hair grow long and abundant. Maine. Clean the spring or well during the increase of the moon, so the water will run in, and fill the spring after it is emptied. Mansfield, Ohio. Make soap in the new of the moon. Talladega, Alabama. Make soap in the full of the moon. Prince Edward Island. Do not marry or move during the wane, decrease, of the moon. Mansfield, Ohio. To take away warts, steal a dish rag out of the house, without anybody's knowledge, and go out of doors in the first of the moon, rub the dish rag on the wart, and say, "Here, new moon, take away my new wart." Then throw the dish rag away where no one will find it, and tell nobody. Talladega, Alabama. To cure warts, go out of doors when the moon is new, take up a handful of mud, looking at the moon all the time, and rub on the wart. Holderness, New Hampshire. End of chapter 15. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for Librivox. Spring, 2007. Chapter 16 of Current Superstitions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit Librivox.org. Current Superstitions by Fanny Dickerson Bergen. Chapter 16. Sun. Domestic and mechanical operations. Superstitions 1141 through 1150. To make good bread, stir it with the sun. To make good yeast, make it as near sunrise as possible. Northern Ohio. If you wish to secure lightness, you must always stir cake and eggs a certain way, that is, the way the sun goes. Kittery, Maine, Nashua, New Hampshire, eastern Massachusetts, and southern Michigan. Eggs and cake are commonly beaten and butter made by stirring sunwise. Newfoundland. To make cake light, it must always be stirred the same way. Dalton, Massachusetts, and Alabama. In cooking soft custard, the stirring must be continued throughout in the direction in which it was begun. Otherwise, the custard will turn to whey. Eastern Massachusetts. If, after turning the crank of a churn for a while with the sun, you change and turn the other way, it will undo all the churning you have done. Ferrisburgh, Vermont. Ice cream will not freeze rightly unless the crank is turned the right way. Concord, Massachusetts. In making lye soap, if you stir it backward, it will turn back to lye. Warren County, New York, and Alabama. In melting sugar for taffy, stir always one way, or it will grain. Allston, Massachusetts. In greasing the wheels of a carriage, always begin at a certain wheel and go round in a set way. Peabody, Massachusetts. Cures. Superstitions 1151 through 1157. In rubbing for rheumatism, etc., rub from left to right, sunwise. Concord, Massachusetts. Ringworm may be killed by moistening the finger and the mouth and rubbing sunwise around the diseased spot. Central Maine. To rub for Sweeney, rub the diseased part of the horse's shoulder with a corn cob with the sun every third morning. Northern Ohio. Rub a corn, a wen, etc., with the sun if by day, with the moon if by night. The sun or moon will draw all the pain away. Related by a Pennsylvania German. Northern Ohio. To cure a curb in a horse, rub it with a bone at the going down of the sun. Plymouth, Ohio. A conjurer can rub away a rising boil by coming to your bedside about daybreak before you speak to anyone and rubbing the rising for 9 successive days. Talladega, Alabama. To cure a burn, moisten it with saliva, repeating, "As far as the east is from the west, come out fire and go in frost. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, come out fire and go in frost." Blow 3 times and rub sunwise 3 times. To be taught to not more than 3 persons of the opposite sex. Eastern Tennessee. End of Chapter 16, read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for Librivox. Spring 2007.
This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Michael Corley. Current Superstitions by Fanny Dickerson Bergen. Chapter 17. Death Omens. 1158. To raise an umbrella in the house is a sign of approaching death. Pennsylvania, somewhat general in the United States. 1159. To open an umbrella in the house is a sign of ill luck. An action of this sort seriously disturbed a friend of the informant, an American girl of good family. "I would never dare to do that," she said. Niagara Falls, Ontario. 1160. If a hoe be carried through the house, someone will die before the year is out. Mansfield, Ohio. 1161. Carrying through the house a hoe, spade, or axe indicates a death in the family. Virginia. 1162. Carrying an axe or any iron implement through the house, and someone will soon die. Southwestern Michigan. 1163. Death is foretold by the ringing of a bell that cannot otherwise be accounted for. Southern Ohio. 1164. When breaking bread, in baking, cracks across the top, it means death. New Jersey and Ohio. 1165. Cracks on the top of a loaf of bread indicate the death of a friend. Several localities. 1166. When bright red specks resembling spattered blood appear on linen, it is held to be a token of misfortune, probably of death. Northern Ohio. 1164. If the candle burns blue, it is a token of death. 1168. To see a coffin in the candle is a token of death. Boston, Massachusetts. 1169. To see a winding sheet in the candle has the same significance. Virginia. 1170. 3 lamps or candles burned close together mean death. Virginia. 1171. If a sudden and unaccountable light is seen in the carpenter's shop, it indicates that the carpenter will soon have to make a coffin. Cape Breton. 1172. If a coffin creaks in a carpenter's shop, another order soon follows. Newark, New Jersey, and Virginia. 1173. If the coffin does not settle down smoothly into place in the grave, but has to be raised and lowered again, another family member will die inside the year. Stevens Point, Wisconsin. 1174. Change a sick person from one room to the other, and he will die. New Jersey. 1175. If a clock, long motionless, suddenly begins to tick or strike, it is a sign of approaching death or misfortune. Newark, New Jersey, Virginia, and North Carolina. 1176. If a corpse remains soft and supple after death, another death in the family will follow. Trinity Bay and Princeton, New Edward Island. 1177. A cow mooing after midnight means death. 1178. To dance on the ground indicates disaster or death within the year. Boston, Massachusetts. 1179. The hearing in the wall of a death watch or death tick betokens a death in the house. General in the United States. 1180. A dishcloth hung on a doorknob is a sign of a death in the family. Deerfield, Massachusetts. 1181. To knock on a door and receive no answer is a sign of death. Virginia and Englewood, Illinois. 1182. The last name a dying person calls is that next person to follow. New Hampshire. 1183. Sometimes the dying call for an absent one as if in trouble. This is a sign that that person will have great trouble in afterlife. New York. 1184. Death takes place at ebb tide. New England coast. 1185. The person on whom the eyes of a dying person last rest will be the first to die. Boston, Massachusetts. 1186. It is a sign of death to see a flower blossoming out of the sea, as, for example, a rose in the fall. This has proved a true omen in several cases, according to the experience of a lady who believes in these signs. In consequence of this belief, when she has such a flower, she will pick it off the stem and throw it away, without mentioning the incident to anyone. Niagara Falls, Ontario. 1187. It is a sign of death to see a tree blossoming in the fall. Orange County, Virginia. 1188. If a garment is cut out on Friday, the person for whom it is made will not live unless it is finished on the same day. Southern Indiana. 1189. If you begin a quilt on Friday, you will never live to finish it. Maine. An act of this sort gave great distress to a domestic servant who, until after the completion of the quilt, daily expected disaster. This woman came from French Canada. 1190. If a doctor is called on Friday, the patient will surely die. Cambridge, Massachusetts. 1191. If a hearse is drawn by 2 white horses, death in the neighborhood will occur within a month. Central Maine. 1192. If anyone comes to a funeral after the procession starts, another death will occur in the same house. Ohio. 1193. At a funeral, the first person who turns away from the grave will have the next death in his family. Trinity Bay, 1194. If one goes to a funeral with the intention of following to the grave but does not do so, a death will soon follow in his family. Virginia, 1195. If it rains during a burial, another member of the family will soon follow. Poland, Baldwinsville, Ohio, and Alabama. 1196. If the rain falls onto an open grave, another burial in the same cemetery will occur within 3 days. Western New York. 1197. If you meet a funeral train, it is a sign of death. Prince Edward Island. 1198. Do not let anyone wear your hat to a funeral when you've not worn it before yourself. Massachusetts. 1199. Whoever counts the carriages at the passing funeral will die within the year. Peabody, Massachusetts, and Illinois. Or someone will die. 1200. If shot remain in the gun after firing, someone in your family will die. Labrador. 12,001. If you build onto your house, you will die within the year. Labrador. 12,002. Lie down on a table and you will die before the year is out. 12,003. To hold a lamp over a sleeping person causes death. Massachusetts. 12,004. To break a looking glass is a sign of death in the family before the year closes. General in the United States. 12,005. To break a looking glass is a sign of death or bad luck for 7 years. This is quite a general belief. Domestic servants, and particularly superstitious persons, are often thrown into a panic by accidents of this sorts. General in the United States and Canada. 12,006. If 3 persons look into a mirror at the same time, one will die within the year. Peabody, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire. 12,007. If one tries on mourning when not wearing it, he will have an occasion to wear it soon. Pennsylvania. 12,008. To put on a bonnet or hat of one in mourning is a sign that you will wear one before the year is out. Peabody and Boston, Massachusetts, and Niagara Falls, Ontario. 12,009. To drive on a nail on Sunday is a sign that someone in the family will die within the year. Pigeon Cove, Massachusetts. 12,010. Hearing an imaginary rap and opening an outside door lets death in. Fettisburg, Vermont. 12,011. The hearing of 3 raps is a sign that some member of the family is dead. Boston, Massachusetts, Orange County, Virginia. 12,012. If a member of the family after long separation meet for reunion, some of the members of the family will die within the year. Cambridge, Massachusetts. 12,013. Ringing in the ear is a sign of death. General. 12,014. Ringing in the ear means death before the week ends. Of this ringing, the term death bell is used. It may be said by a countrywoman, "Oh, I have heard the death bell," or "What a death bell in my ear! You will hear a death before the week is out." In case of sudden death, such person might say, "I'm not surprised. I heard the death bell on such a day." Northern Ohio. 1215. The term death bell is also popular in Prince Edward Island. 1216. In some localities, the direction of the apparent ringing indicates the direction from which the news of death will come. 1217. If an empty rocking chair is seen to sway back and forth when apparently unoccupied, it is supposed that the chair is held by the spirit of some deceased family member who has come back to choose the next to go, and call that person quickly. Michigan. 12,018. A spot resembling iron rust on the finger means death. Maine. 12,019. Beginning on Saturday, a garment that cannot be finished means death. Ohio. 12,020. Deaths do not come signally, but if one of the family dies, a second death in the family will occur within a year. Cambridge, Massachusetts. 12,021. Whoever works on a sick person's dress, he or she will die within the year. Massachusetts. 12,022. If someone is sick and a storm comes, it is a sign that they will die during the continuance. Virginia. 12,023. When a woman who has been sewing puts her thimble on the table and sits down to eat, it is a sign that she will be left a widow if she marries. Central Maine. 12,024. If one sings at the table when the family is eating, it means the death of a friend. Webster City, Iowa. Or bad luck in Virginia, or disappointment in New Jersey. 12,025. If 3 drops of blood fall from your nose, one of your family is dead. Labrador. 12,026. If you sneeze on Sunday before breakfast, you will hear of death inside of a year. Ohio and Maryland. 12,029. When you shiver, it means that someone is walking over the place where your grave is to be. General in the United States. 12,030. If sparks are left unintentionally in the ashes overnight, it is a sign of death. Cumberland. 12,031. If sparks of a fire fly out of an open stove door, it is a sign of death. Trinity Bay. 12,032. If anyone in the town lies dead over Sunday, there will be another death before the end of the week. Bedford, Massachusetts. 12,033. 3 horses of the same color indicate death, but this sign is not very noticeable in a thickly settled community. Baldwinsville, New York. 12,034. 3 chairs placed accidentally in a row mean death. Ohio. 12,035. If there is a death, there will be 3 deaths in the family in a short time. New York. 12,036. To break the spell of a 13 at a table, all should rise together, otherwise the first up, or as some say the last down, dies inside a 12-month. New England. 12,037. If 13 sit at a table, the one who rises first will not live throughout the year. Somerville, Massachusetts. New York. Miffleton, Pennsylvania. 12,038. If 13 sit at a table, the last one who sits down will not die that year. Brookline, Massachusetts. 12,039. If window shades fall down without being molested, it is a sign of death. Cape Breton. End of chapter 17.
Section 18, Mortuary Customs. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Kelly Robinson, Birmingham, Alabama. Current Superstitions by Fanny Bergen. Chapter 18, Mortuary Customs. Number 1240 through 1270. If saltwater pigeons' feathers are in a bed, the sick person on it will not die easily. Newfoundland. In old colonial burying grounds, in Plymouth, Concord, Cambridge, and Rutland, Massachusetts, the graves are so placed that the headstones face west, that is, the body lies with the feet toward the east. Perhaps general in New England. Among Irish Catholics, it is usual to place the body with the feet toward the door. The body of a young girl is usually draped in the robes of the society to which in her church she belonged. Over the corpse is constructed a white canopy, from one end of which images of white doves are often hung. At the feet is a stand or table on which flowers are laid, and where at night candles are kept burning. Boston, Massachusetts. Country people turn the mirror to face the wall while one lies dead in the house. Northern Ohio. While the corpse is in the house, the looking glass must be turned toward the wall. Otherwise, whoever looks into the mirror will die within the year. This custom is said to be most common among Irish Catholics, but it is not confined to them. Baldwinsville, New York. Bad luck, instead of death, is also said to follow violation of this rule. Washington, D.C. If, when anyone dies, you put the coffin in any other room than the one the corpse is in, some other member of the family will die within a year. Western Massachusetts. I have noticed at funerals of the aged that when elderly people passed by the casket, they would touch the forehead of the dead person. I was confident that there was some superstition connected with the act, because the same look was apparent on every face. But on being asked why this was done, they pretended it was bidding an old comrade goodbye. At last one told me that it was that they might not dream of the dead or see them. Westport, Massachusetts. It is usual, after the conclusion of the funeral service, for the persons present at the ceremony to pass in front of the dead and look on the face. Not to perform this token of respect is felt as a lack of propriety. It is not uncommon for the undertaker or some person in charge of the proceedings to say in a loud voice, "An opportunity is now offered to those who desire to look on the face of the corpse," or words to that effect. General in the United States. Only male relatives take part in the funeral procession. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. In regard to the ceremonies at the grave, usage differs widely. In New England, it is usual for near relatives to attend, and, in the case of important persons, for a procession to march to the cemetery. Among Catholics, a great number of friends attend the hearse of persons in humble life. It is an old Connecticut custom that the yard gate should never be shut after being opened to let through a body being carried from its former home to the graveyard. The funeral procession must not cross a river. Baldwinsville, New York. I was first led to notice the superstition about crossing a river from having to attend funerals on the south side, when they would otherwise have been held on the north side. This is losing ground, owing to the frequency of crossing to reach the cemetery, but I had an instance only last spring. Baldwinsville, New York. The corpse must not pass twice over any part of the same road. Baldwinsville, New York. It is unlucky in a funeral for those present to repass the house where death has occurred. Baldwinsville, New York. At a funeral, entering church before the mourners means death to some of the entering party. Boston, Massachusetts. It is a bad sign to drive past a funeral procession. Maine. It is unlucky to pass through a funeral procession, either between the carriages or the files of mourners on foot. This is a general superstition. The custom, which has become instinctive with many persons, is usually set down to the score of decency and propriety. General in the United States. To meet a funeral is bad luck. To avert it, turn round and take 3 steps backward before going on. St. John, New Brunswick. It is bad luck to meet a corpse. One may follow it, but never meet it. A colored person will turn square about on seeing a funeral procession approaching. Talladega, Alabama, and Virginia. To keep the corpse in the house over Sunday will bring death in the family before the year is out. South Framingham, Massachusetts. If the grave is left open over Sunday, another death will occur before the Sunday following. Boxford, Massachusetts. If a grave is covered on Friday, another in the same family will follow inside of a year. Chatham, New Brunswick. If a grave is left open overnight without the corpse, another death in the family will soon follow. Virginia. It is bad to disturb an old grave, as by putting up a tombstone, you will thus herald a death. Chestertown, Maryland. Many will not go through a graveyard on the way to call on friends, for fear of bringing death into the house. Massachusetts. The clothes of the dead wear out quickly. Westport, Massachusetts. The clothes of the dead never wear long when used by the living. New York. If you put clothes of a live person on a corpse, when the clothes decay, the owner will die. St. Joseph, Missouri. It is quite customary, both in the United States and in Canada, to give the whole house a thorough cleaning after a death has occurred, even when the deceased has undergone no prolonged illness and has died of no contagious disease. A day or two after the funeral, one sometimes sees, particularly in country homes, feather beds, mattresses, etc., etc., put out to air. Sometimes even rooms are whitewashed in the purification process. End of 18.
Section 19. Miscellaneous Actions. This is the Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit librivox.org. Common Superstitions by Fanny Dickerson Bergen. Section 19. Miscellaneous Actions. 1271 through 1379. If a child, in eating an apple, merely girdles it and leaves the apple good at stem and below, it indicates that he will be a poor man. The saying is, a poor man's core. It is unlikely to turn back after starting to go anywhere. To avert misfortune after turning back, make the sign of the cross in the dust with the heel, and spit in the cross. Arkansas, Negro, and Kentucky. It is unlucky to turn back after having once started out. Quebec. To get out of bed on the wrong side puts one out all day. He got out of bed with the wrong foot foremost, said of a person who has a fit of crossness. Northern Ohio. To drop your books on the way to school signifies that you will make mistakes in your lessons. Chestertown, Maryland. Drop a book and you will miss your lesson, unless it is immediately picked up and kissed. Alabama. Whoever eats the last piece of bread will be an old maid. Pennsylvania. If you break something, you will break two other things. Maine, Massachusetts, and Northern Ohio. To twirl a chair on one leg means that you are going to fight with somebody. Peabody, Massachusetts. Whirling an empty chair indicates that a whipping is in store for the transgressor. If you twirl a chair around on one leg, it is a sign that you are about to break dishes. Chestertown, Maryland. You mustn't pay the doctor entirely, or there will be sickness in the family. Lonsdale, Rhode Island. You must leave by the door through which you enter, or there will be trouble with the family, or ill luck to yourself. Pennsylvania. If you leave by any other door than the one through which you have entered, it is said that you will not come again. Cumberland, Maine. In bathing, the eyes should always be rubbed towards the nose, as that makes them large, and rubbing out the opposite way makes them small. Cambridge, Massachusetts. In climbing a fence, get over, meet with clover. Get through, meet with a shoe. Get under, meet with a blunder. Sunderland, Massachusetts. If you step on a grave, you will never grow any more. Chestertown, Maryland, Negro. Step over a living thing, and that thing, whether a human being or not, will not grow any more. Province of Quebec, Canada. To step over one leg of a child will cause it to grow longer than the other. Baltimore, Maryland. To comb the hair after dark is a sign of sickness. Comb your hair after dark, comb sorrow to your heart. Connecticut. If you comb your hair after dark, it will make you forgetful. Northern Ohio. If the right hand itches, you are going to get money. If the left, you will shake hands with a friend. If the nose itches, a friend is coming. Talladega, Alabama. Two persons wiping hands on the same towel and twisting it occasions a quarrel. Pennsylvania. Wash and wipe together, live in peace together. Northern Ohio. If two persons wash their hands at the same time, they will be foes forever. Alabama. When two persons put one hand of each flat together, palm to palm, they will quarrel. Province of Quebec, Canada. If two persons clasp hands so as to lock the fingers, bringing the palm of one person against the palm of the other person's hand, it will break friendship. Newton, Massachusetts. If you hug your knee, hold your knee in clasped hands, you will hug up trouble. Salem and Medford, Massachusetts. When your joints crack, it is a sign that you have not outlived your best days. New York, New York. If you kiss through a veil, there'll be a coolness. Portland, Maine. Crossed knives are a sign of a quarrel. Stir up with a knife, stir up strife. Never look after a friend who is leaving you till he is quite out of sight, or you will never see him or her again, but turn your eyes while he is still visible, that he or she may return. General in the United States. Never say goodbye more than once. Alabama. One who habitually bites the nails is ill-natured. Ohio. If you bite your nails, you will always be poor. Massachusetts. If you sleep with your head towards the north, it will prevent sickness. General in the United States. If you can cut a pie fair and true, you'll have a likely husband. If you make the slices uneven, he'll be crooked. If you make a bed handsomely, you'll have a handsome husband. If you cut pie straight, you will go to housekeeping. If you cut pie crooked, you will have no house to keep. New Hampshire. If you make a rhyme involuntarily, you will have a present. New Brunswick. The free use of salt is a sign of having a temper. Lynn, Massachusetts. To say anything backward is a sign you will get a present. Peabody, Massachusetts. If you sing before you eat, you'll cry before you sleep. Ohio and Iowa. If you sing before breakfast, you will cry before supper. Cambridge, Massachusetts. If you laugh before breakfast, you will cry before supper. Prince Edward Island and Somerville, Massachusetts. Little birds that sing in the morning, the old cat will catch before night. Accustomed to be said to children when they are especially hilarious in the early morning. Northern Ohio. If a child sing before breakfast, it will get a whipping before night. New Hampshire. To sing after you go to bed is a sign that tears will come before breakfast. Maine. If the sole of either foot itches, you will walk on strange ground. Boston, Massachusetts. When about to begin a new enterprise, one must not step over straws in starting out. If you stumble with the right foot, it means a glad enterprise. Pennsylvania, Negro. In going anywhere, if you strike the right foot, you will be welcome wherever you may be going, and if the same happens to the left foot, you will be on strange ground. Belleville, Ohio. To sit on a table is a sign of coming disappointment. Maine and Massachusetts. In drinking tea, if you take a stem in the mouth, it means an enemy. You must bite it and throw it over the right shoulder. Central Maine. If you stub your toe going into a house, you are not wanted there. Guilford, Connecticut. If, in going visiting, you stub the right toe, you are welcome. If the left, you are unwelcome. Massachusetts and Ohio. If you stub your toe going anywhere, it means a disappointment. Bathurst, New Brunswick. Stub your toe, lose your beau. Salem, Massachusetts. To bite the tongue while talking means that you have told a lie. If you bite your tongue suddenly while eating, it is a sign one is coming hungry. Cambridge, Massachusetts. In going along the street or path, where there is a tree, go inside rather than outside the tree, for you will be disappointed if you take the latter course. Eastern Massachusetts. In drinking water, if you glance over the last, you are a flirt. Pennsylvania. Whistling girls and crowing hens always come to some bad ends. General in the United States. Whistling girls and sheep are the very worst cattle a farmer can keep. A whistling girl and a laughing sheep are the very best property a man can keep. Northern Ohio. Girls that whistle and hens that crow make their way wherever they go. Whistle before you eat, cry before you sleep. Baldwinsville, New York. End of section 19 from Current Superstitions. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California. Winter 2007.
Section 20. Miscellaneous, Bodily Affections, and Apparel. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Kelly Robinson, Birmingham, Alabama. Current Superstitions by Fanny Bergen. Chapter 19, Miscellaneous Bodily Affections and Apparel. Number 1340 through 1401. Bodily Affections. If the right cheek burns, someone is speaking well of you. If the left, they are speaking ill of you. If both, they speak well and ill at once. Moisten the finger in the mouth and touch it to the cheek, naming those whom you suspect. The one at whose name it grows cool was speaking of you. New Brunswick. If your right ear burns, someone is talking well of you. If your left, he is talking ill. General in the United States. If you bite the corner of your apron, you will make backbiters bite their tongues. Pennsylvania. Pinch your ear, and the person talking of you will bite his own tongue. If the right ear burns, it is a sign that someone is thinking well of you. If the left ear burns, it is a sign that someone is thinking unkindly of you. But if both ears burn, friend and foe are fighting about you. Pennsylvania. If your ears burn, people are talking well of you. If your ears are cold, the contrary. New Hampshire. If your right ear burns, a lady is speaking of you. If the left, a man. Maine and Pennsylvania. If your left ear itches, someone is saying unpleasant things about you. But if your right ear, pleasant things. Some say both left and right are good at night. Cambridge, Massachusetts. If the right eye itches, it is a sign you will cry. If the left, you will laugh, because R stands for roar and L for laugh. Baldwinsville, New York. If the right eye itches, you'll laugh. If the left eye, you'll cry. Boston, Massachusetts. If your eye itches, someone wants to see you and can't. Peabody, Massachusetts. If you look at one who has inflamed eyes, you'll catch the disease. Maine and Ohio. If your elbow itches, you will sleep with a stranger. Boston, Massachusetts. If the right foot itches, it is a sign you will go where you will be welcome. If the left foot itches, it is a sign you will go where you are unwelcome. Baldwinsville, New York. If while going to see anyone, your left foot itches, you are not welcome. Alabama. The nose itching is a sign you are going to get mad. Peabody, Massachusetts. If your nose itches, it is a sign of a present. If your nose itches, someone will be provoked with you. If your nose itches, it is a sign that you'll be mad, see a stranger, kiss a fool, or be in danger. Prince Edward Island. If your nose itches, you will see a stranger, kiss a fool, or be in danger. Peabody, Massachusetts. If your nose itches, it is a sign you will be kissed, cussed, or vexed. Somerville, Massachusetts. If the nose itches, some say you will receive a letter. Others declare it is a sign your lover is thinking of you. Baldwinsville, New York. If the palm of the hand itches, it is a good sign that you will kill something. Labrador. Itching in the palm is a sign of a fight or of seeing a stranger. An unexpected scratch denotes surprise. A long scratch across the palm denotes a sleigh ride. Pennsylvania. Negro. A scratch on the hand denotes a ride. The length of the scratch indicates the length of the ride. New England. A scratch on the right hand is a sign of a ride to come. On the left, a disappointment. Baldwinsville, New York. If your knee itches, you are jealous. Boston, Massachusetts. Being lousy is an indication that the lousy person is in good health. Newfoundland. Some hold that the white spots that one has on the fingernails represent the lies you have told. Maine and Baldwinsville, New York. If you shudder without apparent cause, someone has stepped over or upon your grave. Gilsum, New Hampshire. If you shudder, it is a sign that a rabbit is running across or a goose is eating grass from your grave. Chestertown, Maryland. There is an old superstition that every sigh causes a drop of blood to flow from the heart. Exeter, New Hampshire. Smooches made on the face by soiled fingers, called beauty spots in Ohio, mean a present. New Brunswick. A lump on the tongue means that you have told a lie. Prince Edward Island, New York, and Northern Ohio. Apparel. If you mend your apron or dress while on you, someone will lie about you. Maine and Alabama. As many stitches as you take in mending a garment while wearing it, so many lies will be told about you. New Hampshire. If a garment is mended while being worn, it is a sign the wearer will do something he is ashamed of before the week is out. Newton, Massachusetts. If one mends his clothes upon his back, it is a sign his trouble will never come back. Connecticut. Basting threads left in a garment signify that it is not yet paid for. Massachusetts and Ohio. Put your clothes on the wrong side out, and you'll have a present before the week is out. Peabody, Massachusetts. If, when dressing, one puts on any of his clothing wrong side out, it is a sign that he will soon receive a present. Alabama. If you happen to put your shirt on wrong side out, you are likely to get a new one. Alabama. You mustn't talk when some article of dress you are wearing is being mended, or someone will talk or tell lies about you. In dressing for a journey, if you wish to have good luck, dress the right foot first. Belleville, Ohio. If the hem of a lady's dress turns up, she is sure to have a new one. Alabama. While sewing on a garment, should you sew it to your dress by mistake, as many stitches as you take, so many lies will be told about you. Baldwinsville, New York. If you break your needle in making a dress, you will live to wear it out. If you tear a hole in a new dress, the first time wearing it, you will have a new one before that is worn out. Deer Isle, Maine. If you break a needle in sewing a new gown, it is a sure sign you will live to wear out the garment. Holyoke, Massachusetts. If you break your needle in making a garment, or have to rip out some of it, you will live to wear it out. Boston, Massachusetts. If a white petticoat falls below your dress, it is a sign that your father loves you better than your mother. New England. Crooked pins are a sign that the owner is an old maid. Province of Quebec, Canada. Should a friend withdraw a ring from the finger of another, it is a sign it will break friendship. The owner should take off the ring and hand it to the friend. Baldwinsville, New York. A hole in the toe of your shoe or stocking, so as to show the toe, means a letter. Cape Breton. Old shoes, particularly the soles, were often buried by Negro servants on Monday morning to keep the devil down through the week. Chestertown, Maryland. Save the old shoes to throw after the carriage. When any of the family start on a journey, it will ensure a safe return. Massachusetts. Wear the boot or shoe on the side, a rich man's bride. On the toe, spend as you go. On the heel, love to do wheel. On the ball, live to spend all. Boston. Hole in the toe, spend as you go. Hole at the side, be a rich bride. Hole at the heel, spend as you feel. Hole on the ball, live to spend all. New York. Wear at the toe, live to see woe. Wear at the side, live to be a bride. Wear at the ball, live to spend all. Wear at the heel, live to save a deal. New York. Wear on the toe, spend as you go. Wear on the ball, love to spend all. Wear on the side, you'll be a rich bride. Of stockings. Wear at the toe, spend as you go. Wear at the heel, spend a good deal. Wear at the ball, you'll live to spend all. South Carolina. End of 20. Section 21. Miscellaneous. Customs, days, domestic life, and various. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Kelly Robinson, Birmingham, Alabama. Current Superstitions by Fanny Bergen. Chapter 19, Miscellaneous, Customs, Days, Domestic Life, and Various. Number 1402 through 1475. Customs. Halloween cabbages are pulled and thrown against the owner's door as a reminder of his laziness. Southern Pennsylvania and Ohio. Shelled corn is thrown at everyone, the significance not known. Southern Pennsylvania. If a man is insulted and means to be revenged, he will bare his arm and cut a cross in it with his knife, called a vengeance mark. Mountains of North Carolina. If you wash your face in dew before sunrise on May Day, you will become very beautiful. Alabama. Dry spots where there is no dew are called fairy rings. Salem, Massachusetts. Run round a fairy ring twice on Easter Sunday morning, and fairies will arise and follow you. Salem, Massachusetts. The looking glass is often turned with the face to the wall or taken out of the room during a thunderstorm because quicksilver is so bad to draw the lightning. Bathurst, New Brunswick. You are said to take the manners if you take the last of any kind of food from a plate. New England. Manners dish is the dish put on for show and not expected to be eaten. Northern Ohio. Homeopathic pills must be taken in odd numbers. New England. When a meteor is seen, Catholics often say, "A soul is ascending into heaven." A present of a knife or any pointed instrument cuts friendship. Always sell it for a penny. A present of pins breaks friendship. General in the United States. There was a superstition among old people who had never been much abroad, in the town where I was born, Stratham, New Hampshire, that if they were photographed, they were likely to die soon after, and many rather objected on that account. Stratham, New Hampshire. After sneezing, it is customary to say, "God bless you." General in the United States. A bit of steel, such as a needle, protects one from witches. Brookline, Massachusetts. A thief may be detected by a key turning in the Bible to Psalm 1, 18 through 21, when the name of the guilty person is mentioned. Labrador. Days. What you do on your birthday, you will do all the year. Salem, Massachusetts. On cutting the fingernails. Cut them on Monday, cut them for news. Cut them on Tuesday, a pair of new shoes. Cut them on Wednesday, cut them for health. Cut them on Thursday, cut them for wealth. Cut them on Friday, cut them for sorrow. Cut them on Saturday, see your sweetheart tomorrow. Cut them on Sunday, cut them for evil. All the whole week you'll be ruled by the devil. Baldwinsville, New York. If you wear a garment for the first time on Saturday, you will have another one before it is worn out. Bedford, Massachusetts. Study on Sunday, forget it through the week. Nashua, New Hampshire. If, of your own accord, you leave home for Sunday visiting, you will be forced to leave for 2 Sundays following. Labrador. Get a letter on Monday, and you'll get 6 during that week. New York, New York. If you break anything on Monday, you will break something every day in the week. Somerville, Massachusetts. If you break anything Sunday, you will continue to do so every day of the week, or as you commence Sunday, so you will go through the week. Eastern Massachusetts. If you begin anything Saturday, it must be finished that day or it will not get finished. Boston, Massachusetts. Sneeze on Monday, sneeze for a letter. Sneeze on Tuesday, sneeze for something better. Sneeze on Wednesday, sneeze for news. Sneeze on Thursday, sneeze for a new pair of shoes. Sneeze on Friday, sneeze for sorrow. Sneeze on Saturday, see him tomorrow. Niagara Falls, Ontario. Sneeze on Monday, sneeze for danger. Sneeze on Tuesday, kiss a stranger. Sneeze on Wednesday, receive a letter. Sneeze on Thursday, something better. Sneeze on Friday, sneeze for sorrow. Sneeze on Saturday, see your true love tomorrow. Sneeze on Sunday, your safety seek, or the devil will have you the rest of the week. Crown Point, New York. Sneeze before 12 and 1, and you will hear news. Brighton, Massachusetts. Sneeze at the table. There will be one more or one less at the next meal. Alabama. Sneeze before your breakfast. See your beau before the day is past. Brighton, Massachusetts. If you sneeze once, a girl is thinking of you. Twice, she is wishing for you. Thrice, it is a sign of a cold. Alabama. Sneeze before 7, sneeze before 11. Boston, Massachusetts. What you sow on Sunday, you'll take out on Monday. What you sow on Sunday, you'll rip out in heaven. Massachusetts. Never cut your toenails Sunday, or you will do something to be ashamed of before the week is out. Granville, Massachusetts. Cut your nails Monday morning without speaking, and you will get a present before the week is out. Some have it without thinking of a red fox's tail instead of without speaking. Westport, Massachusetts. Domestic life. It is supposed that a broom placed behind the door will keep off witches. Brunswick, New York. To burn the stub of a broom or break a sugar bowl means a quarrel. Westport, Massachusetts. A spark seen on a candle or lamp when the light is extinguished means the receipt of a letter. St. John, New Brunswick, and Salem, Massachusetts. Wet the finger and touch the letter on the candle. If it comes off on the finger, it means a letter for you. Maine. The letter in the candle will face the one for whom the letter is to be. If the little snuff bud is bright, it means a letter. Northern Ohio. If the candle is sooty or shows a spark in the wick on blowing out, it is a sign that a letter is on its way. If chairs become entangled, legs interlaced, etc., it means a quarrel. Bathurst, New Brunswick. If you choke, food gets in the windpipe, it means someone has told lies about you. Cape Breton. It is a sign of good old-fashioned economy to use up a dishcloth until it can be put into your mouth. Massachusetts. If a door opens of itself, it is supposed to indicate the presence of a spirit, usually one of the family. Massachusetts. It is unlucky to name a child after a dead child of the family. Newfoundland. If you begin keeping house with many in the family, it is a sign that you will always have a large family or houseful. Ohio. If a wood fire snaps and sparkles, each time it does indicates the receipt of a letter. Peabody, Massachusetts. One of the Negro superstitions was that when the fire burned with a blue flame, it was the devil seeking to speak to them. A handful of salt would make him go away. Alabama. Sweep the floor after dark, you'll see sickness before morning. If while eating you drop food on the floor, it is a sign that someone is telling lies about you. Cape Breton. Food dropped on the floor by one signifies that someone grudges you it. Common in the United States. Do not change your place at table. It is very unlucky. New York, New York. If you keep changing your furniture to different places, you'll be poor. Massachusetts. Not drinking the whole contents of a glass or cup means disappointment. Westport, Massachusetts. If sooty bubbles form and blacken on the wick in a lamp burning whale oil, each bubble indicates the receipt of a letter. Peabody, Massachusetts. When sparks are seen on the bottom of the tea kettle, it is a sign that folks are going home from meeting. New Hampshire and Boxford, Massachusetts. Sparks flying from a fire mean letters. The number of the sparks is the number of the letters. Boston, Massachusetts. If a spark or sparks jump out of the fire and hit you or come towards you, it is a sign someone has a spite or grudge against you. Bathurst, New Brunswick. 2 spoons given to one person denotes that that person will have 2 homes before the year is out. Chestertown, Maryland. The tea kettle suddenly singing means news. Patten, Maine. Various. A stratum of warm air indicates the presence of the devil. Boston, Massachusetts. Irish. If, when a newly married couple go to housekeeping, she slyly takes her mother's dishcloth or dishwiper, she will never be homesick. Old Mrs. So-and-so told me that she believed that was the reason she was not homesick when they moved from Pennsylvania to Ohio. Ohio. To have a sharp knife is a sign of a lazy man. Central Maine. Passing anything through a ladder is a sign of a long passage. Conception Bay, Newfoundland. If a ship has a starboard list, it is a sign of a quick passage. If a port list, it is a sign of a long passage. Conception Bay and New Harbor, Newfoundland. Write the date of the first snowstorm, and you'll gain a bet before the winter is through. Massachusetts. To ascertain a girl's age, pull a hair from her head, hang a finger ring from this inside a tumbler or goblet, and it will strike the number of years. Boston, Massachusetts. Throw a strand of your hair in the fire. If it blazes, you will live long and happily. If not, you will die soon. Alabama. If a tree falls to the right while you are looking at it, you are going on a long trip before the end of the year, and you will have some unexpected piece of good luck. Alabama. A person born on Halloween is said to be possessed of evil spirits. Alabama. Place a broom across the door, and if any of your departed friends wish to speak to you, they are free to come and go at will while the broom remains there. Alabama. If a person who raises fowls is bothered with hawks, he may prevent the trouble by throwing a handful of rocks into the fire while it is burning brightly. Alabama. End of 21. End of Current Superstitions by Fanny Dickerson Bergen.